Hey, Spidey, isn't Marvel's new Pizzazz magazine fantastic?
Fantastic, but not perfect.
But Pizzazz has the lowdown on Jaws, too, and more Sean Cassidy picks than his mother. It's sensational.
Sensational, but not perfect.
How about Pizzazz's Goofy Guide to TV? It's wild look at sci-fi movies. It's games, puzzles, comics. What could be more perfect?
Me on the cover, not the Hulk.
Pizzazz, the almost perfect new monthly from the off-the-wall gang at Marvel Comics.
It's energized Spider-Man with Spider Sense. Battery not included. Turn the Spider Sense activator. Red Dragon appears to go into action. Attach the web climber. Flip the switch, and he climbs automatically. Energized Spider-Man. The motorized web. It pulls, it lifts. The Spider Light to climb at night. The Spider Copter sold separately with Spider Sense panel. The power pack turns on the copter.
We're off to get the Red Dragon.
Energized Spider-Man with Spider Sense comes with communicator. Spider Copter sold separately from Remco.
マーベラーからレオパルドンにチェンジ。行くぞマシンベル。スパイダーマンが送る完全変化デラックス超合金レオパルドンコピーより発売中。
Introducing new crazy color foam. Now your favorite fun foam soap is pink and blue. Just push the secret button.
It's a big blue moon that bounces.
We'll make a big pink monster that you can squish.
Crazy color foam is really fine, mild soap, so you get clean while you play with Foamatrons from outer space.
Crazy.
It's color.
New crazy color foam soap. Haha.
CBS presents this program in color.
We will return to Murder by Natural Causes, starring Hal Holbrook.
Friday on The Incredible Hulk, Bill Bixby is reunited with special guest star Ray Walston, who plays a magician with a few tricks up his sleeve that could lead Banner to a watery grave in a theater of death. Then, when the Dukes of Hazzard try to help out a rich runaway, it seems like everyone in Hazzard County's taken off in a wild race to collect her reward money. And on Dallas, Miss Ellie faces a danger that may cost her everything.
Are you going to walk out on me?
A great lineup starting Friday night at 8, 7 Central.
Hey. What time is it? It's Podblast time! Yeah!
That's right, it's Podblast time. How you doing? How you doing? It's been a minute. I hope everybody's doing okay. We had some bad storms. Don't want to date the show because we're going to look at some comic book covers tonight. This is a visual show. It won't be on my audio platforms like I do every other week. I skipped last week because of a terrible hurricane Helene that went through the Southeast United States of America. And so I was aware that a lot of people didn't have internet. And, you know, it's a time to come together and have well wishes for the less fortunate and to help out our fellow man that are, you know, suffering in the wake of Hurricane Helene. But let's have fun. This might be 2026 when you're watching this, but it's still in the history books, right? So I think it's still relevant. It's comic book theater time. We're gonna show some books. I'm sorry I'm late. Anyone that was waiting backstage live, I'll get to the chat later. But it is Podblast time. This is a Podblast feature that I do, and we'll talk about in a second. But this show is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life, like the Milton Bradley board game Life. But we talk specifically about pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. And that's what this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, and this YouTube channel is all about. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite. Welcome. I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper, as you can see. As Steve Harvey says at the beginning of every episode of Family Feud that he hosts, we've got a good one for you! And we really do, or I really do for you. Later on, if you want to call in to talk about anything nostalgic, the phone number is 770-438-1050, or just simply leave a comment in the live chat. And I want to thank each and every subscriber and viewer, because this channel recently became what they call, it became monetized, as is my other channel on YouTube, Chance Acting Demo. So you can do super chats. You can tip your fine host if you want to. You can buy stickers. And, I don't want to go all corporate on you, but there's going to be all sorts of neat things, some exclusive things down the stretch as we wind down 2024 going into 2025. Quick disclaimer, I do have some video clips tonight after the comic book covers are shown. In terms of the video and audio clips that I'll present to you all tonight, I do not represent the owners of this material or any of its entities. This is a live, educational, interactive lecture of historical significance. It's a time capsule for fellow fans of nostalgia and pop culture, in which I earn no proceeds in any way from this presentation yet. I'm going to have to amend that because now I'm monetized. But anyway, it's right now that is a true statement. I do not own any of the movie clips or musical cues. No rights are or were given or are or were implied. And I encourage all to purchase official releases of this material where applicable, as I have. Now, some of those commercials that I played at the top of the show, those are in public domain, and you can't find those anywhere except for on YouTube and some other video sharing websites. But all the clips that I'm showing tonight were found on YouTube from other fan channels, meaning non-official channels, except for maybe one clip. And we'll get to that later. Because I can't tell if it's an official channel or fan channel. It looks like I'll just say it's an official channel, and I hope that won't get the stream suspended. It's a brief clip, but it relates to comic books. You'll see what I'm talking about later on. Maybe do some trivia tonight, 1970s trivia for some prizes later on, if there's time. Definitely next Friday for sure, when I get back to doing a regular Podblast that will be on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta and Apple and Google and all that. This is a little bit visual. That's why it's on YouTube and Facebook Live and other video live places like that in social media land. All right. So, but I didn't take any of these clips from actual DVDs or Blu-rays or anything. So, so here's what we're talking about. The last time in this new Nostalgic Podblast feature, I call Every Issue Ever Made. You saw 12 Marvel feature comic books, as well as 100 regular issues of Marvel 2-in-1, featuring The Thing from the Fantastic Four and a guest superhero, hero, or heroine. Plus, I showed you the 7 Marvel 2-in-1 annuals, which is a double-sized book that will be released every year or so of a comic book regular title. And then before that, in the very first debut segment of Every Issue Ever Made, I showed you all 81 issues of Ghost Rider Volume 2. That's the first series with the Flaming Skull Ghost Rider. There was a Western Ghost Rider that predated that in Volume 1 by Marvel Comics in 1967. But this is the third installment of this live presentation of comic book covers. Every issue ever made of a title from my collection. And as that indicates, I'll show you every single cover of every single issue in this particular title. And a lot of these covers are photographed by me to be on the screen to avoid glare when I eventually have to hold up the comic book bags, the bagged comic books with the backing board. There sometimes is a bit of a glare. I have a lot of lighting in here in my little home studio. So, I wanted to photograph as much as I can. That's why I was late. I was trying to get some last minute photos uploaded. But I have a bunch of photos to show you all tonight. So if you want to just shuttle search through to see the covers, by all means, do that after it's live for the people watching in replay mode. And I will put a cue when I show the first cover, so that you can get past my little intro here and my legal mumbo jumbo and my little monologue, so you can get right to what you care about, the comic books, really easily. Now, what I'm going to do moving forward, I'm going to stick to featuring a comic book title that lasted for 200 issues or less in the interest of time, so that I can show you a series that you can collect and complete yourself inexpensively. Initially, I'm going to show some affordable titles like Marvel 2-in-1. Ghost Rider's a little pricey. This one, The Defenders, is surprisingly affordable right now for comics that are about 50 years old, 50 years, 45 years old, 40 years old. There's 152 regular issues of this title, The Defenders, and I'll explain who they are in just a minute. It's a team, though, like the Avengers, which in comic book history had debuted about 8 years before the Defenders hit the scene. When I get into more popular, longer-lasting comic book titles like the X-Men and the Fantastic Four and the Amazing Spider-Man, I'll show like the first 200 issues or so and do like a part 1, a part 2, so on and so forth. So I'm going to cover pretty much all the books in my collection. And some of these boxes are really difficult to get to, and some books are in a safe. So it requires a lot more work than I anticipated it would. I thought it'd be a simple thing. I'll just grab a box, hold up the books, nothing to it. No, I've been researching. I actually researched the actual date that each comic book was released to the public on newsstands and at comic book spinner racks, because what irritates me is Wikipedia and even mainstream networks will do a special, like when Stan Lee died on ABC. They're talking about how in November 1961, pop culture history was made with the release of Fantastic Four issue number 1. No, that was out in August of 61, because the date on the cover that they were going by is 3 months ahead of actual street date real time, which I've talked about a lot. I don't want to bore the regulars with my synopsis of why that happens. It's just basically the stock person, that's their cue. Oh, it's time to pull this book. I always wondered when I was a kid, I'd go to Stop and Go, a convenience store, to buy comics when I first started collecting comic books when I was like 10 years old. And I'm like, damn, they got 3 issues of Master of Kung Fu. Why not just the 1? Because they would have 3 months worth of the issues and then they pull them. At least that's the way it was in the retail outlets. Comic book shops were a little bit different. Comic books, well, that's a whole nother ball game we'll talk about later as this series progresses. But basically, comic book shops would get the books first, and comic book shops didn't really hit until the late 1970s, early 1980s. And now, of course, they're everywhere, even in the wake of Amazon. Comic book shops are hanging on. It's important to support the brick and mortar comic book shop. I try to support my local comic book shop, Titan Games and Comics in Smyrna, Georgia. I'm in the Atlanta, Georgia suburbs, as much as I can. So I guess we'll get this comic book cover party started. Are you ready? Do you have a beverage? Are you comfortable? Well, let's sit back and relax and begin with this. Tonight, in our bi-weekly live comic book stream, you're going to see all 152 issues of the Marvel comic book title, The Defenders, plus the 5 giant size issues of The Defenders and the sole Defenders annual, meaning there's only one annual of that book, which was out in the summer of 1976. For those that are not familiar with the Defenders, that is a Marvel superhero team comic book similar to the Avengers. And the Avengers, as I said a moment ago, had premiered 8 years prior on Tuesday, July 2nd, 1963. Well, as we talked about last time, the Defenders began as a demo in a Marvel comic book titled Marvel Feature in issue 1 of that book, which is first distributed to the public on Tuesday, July 20th, 1971, as opposed to the Avengers on Tuesday, July 2nd, 1963. So 8 years later. Now, I want to show you the cover of that book. I know I showed it last week, but it is right here. This is the first cover, and this is Marvel Feature Issue 1. That's the thumbnail image of tonight's program. There is Marvel Feature. Let me change the camera shot so you can see my fat face off to the side of the comic book. Yeah. Hey. So there is the real first appearance of the Defenders, and that has been up to debate. We'll get to that in a minute. Some say it was in Submariner comic book. Some say it was Marvel Feature 1. And some even say it was in the Avengers. We'll talk about it in just a minute. But let's open up this book. I know those that watched last time, you saw this. But look, there is the opening of this double-sized Marvel Feature 1. Let's pretend we're reading it together. So there's that book. And that is the first appearance of the superhero team. There's the second issue of Marvel Feature. They were in the first 3 issues the Defenders were of Marvel Feature before they got their own title. But let me see where I am in my history notes here. So who are the Defenders? Team members, you might be wondering. If you're not familiar with them, well, this might tip you off, this cover. Let me put the issue 1 back up of Marvel Feature. That's a nice cover. Neil Adams cover, one of my favorite artists. God bless his soul. He's no longer with us. He passed away a couple years ago. He's one of my favorite comic book artists. He really took comic book art to a whole nother level, picking up where the likes of the greats, Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, left off. I love his X-Men books. He didn't do that many X-Men issues, Neil Adams, but the ones he did were just fantastic and spectacular with the artwork. So, the team of the Defenders, if you're not familiar, well, initially the team consisted of the Incredible Hulk, the Submariner, who actually predated Aquaman, by the way, Doctor Strange, as you can see on this cover, and then came team affiliate, the Silver Surfer, the Herald of Galactus, who devours worlds and planets in the Fantastic Four comic book title. And other titles he appeared in, like Rom, Space Knight, and other books. But later, Valkyrie joined, whom we saw on the big screen for the first time in Thor 3 Ragnarok. I think that's probably my favorite Thor movie. I'm torn between that and the first Thor picture. And then you had Luke Cage, Power Man, join in the team, the Defenders. You had the son of Satan, Daimon Hellstrom. You had the Red Guardian, who's going to be in the new movie Thunderbolts, and who was in Scarlett Johansson's solo movie. I never can remember her name, the Black Widow. And then Hellcat joined the Defenders down the line. Hellcat, Patsy Cline was her alter ego, and she started as the Cat. And then she became Hellcat, and there's Tiger's whole history we'll get to in another Podblast. The Angel from the X-Men joined the Defenders. The Iceman from the X-Men joined the Defenders. Gargoyle joined the Defenders. Moondragon joined the Defenders. And the Hairy Beast, no jokes, the Beast from the X-Men. In the beginning, he didn't have hair. Later, he continued to mutate, and he got hair, as we saw in the X-Men movies, like X-Men First Class and X3. Hell, Kelsey Grammer played the Hairy Beast in that picture. And in other pictures, too, in the MCU. But he started with 20th Century Fox, which now Disney has absorbed. So the X-Men movies are going to be spectacular, I hope, that will be new from the MCU. And we'll talk a little bit more about the Defenders in just a minute. But in the publishing realm, this new comic book team of heroes proved to be a successful sales hit. So they stuck around for 2 more issues of Marvel Feature that I talked about already. Issue 2 from Tuesday, October 19th, 1971, which I showed a moment ago, but there it is again. And then issue number 3. I love that cover, where the Defenders have had their collective asses kicked, apparently, by that monster. And that issue 3 hit newsstands on Tuesday, January 18th, 1972. But finally, the Defenders were commissioned their own comic book series, with the very first issue being released to the public on Tuesday, May 30th, 1972. And there it is from my personal collection. Wowee. So let's talk about some brief history of the Defenders. No, E.G. Marshall had nothing to do with this version of the Defenders. Anyone that's a boomer or even a Gen Xer may remember there was a TV show called The Defenders. It was a legal drama in black and white. And E.G. Marshall played an attorney. Excuse me. And Mark Goddard, before he was Crash, Major Don West on Lost in Space, he was on that show as well. But anyway, we're talking about the superheroes, the Defenders, of course. The Defenders are a set of superhero groups with rotating membership appearing in Marvel Comics, obviously. And they're usually presented as a non-team of individualistic outsiders who, in their prior adventures, are known for following their own agendas. The team often battle mystic and supernatural threats. In its original incarnation, it was led by Doctor Strange and included the Incredible Hulk and Prince Namor, the Submariner, talked about him a moment ago, and them, and eventually the Silver Surfer. Why do I have a lisp? I don't know. I guess I'm trying to be funny, and I've been told many times when I try to be funny, I never am. They first appeared as the Defenders in Marvel Feature number 1. I already talked about that on Tuesday, July 20th, 1971, before receiving their own title, seen here, The Defenders, in 1972. Now, the group had a rotating lineup from 1972 until 1986, with Doctor Strange and the Hulk being usually constant, consistent members of the team, along with a number of other mainstays such as Valkyrie, Nighthawk, Hellcat, Gargoyle, Beast, the son of Satan, and Luke Cage, and many temporary members. The publication of The Defenders was retitled near the end of its run as The New Defenders, but featured none of the original members and only Valkyrie, Beast, and the Gargoyle of the former long-term members remained. The concept was modified in the 1993 to 1995 series titled The Secret Defenders, in which Doctor Strange assembled different teams of each individual for their mission at hand. The original team was reunited in a short-lived 2001 comic book series by Kirk Busiek and Eric Larson. And in 2005, Marvel published a 5-issue miniseries featuring the classic lineup by J.M. Mateus and Keith Giffen and Kevin McGuire. In December 2011, writer Matt Fraction and artist Terry Dodson launched a Defender series with a mixture of classic and new members, which lasted for 12 issues. Now, there was a television miniseries, The Defenders, premiering in 2017 on Netflix, with that team consisting of Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist. And I'm sorry, but it wasn't very good, in my opinion. The origin of the Defenders lies in 2 crossover story arcs by Roy Thomas prior to the original founding of the team. The first in Doctor Strange, number 183, from Tuesday, July 8th, 1969. Here's the controversy. Submariner issue 22 from Wednesday, November 12th, 1969 in real time. And the Incredible Hulk issue number 126 from Monday, January 5th, 1970 occurred due to the Doctor Strange series being canceled in the middle of a story arc, leaving writer Roy Thomas no choice but to resolve the storyline in other series that he wrote for. In the story, Doctor Strange teams up with Submariner and the Hulk to protect the Earth from invasion by Lovecraftian interplanar beings known as the Undying Ones, and their leader, the Nameless One. Barbara Norris, later the host of the Valkyrie, first appears in this story. In the second story arc, featured in Submariner issues number 34 through 35, from Tuesday, November 3rd, 1970, and Tuesday, December 1st, 1970, Prince Namor, the Submariner, enlists the aid of the Silver Surfer and the Hulk to stop a potentially devastating weather control experiment, inadvertently freeing a small island nation from a dictator and facing the Avengers under the name of the Titans 3. The Defenders first appeared as a feature in Marvel Feature number 1, where the founding members gather to battle the alien techno-wizard Yandroth and remain as a team afterward. Editor Stan Lee, wanting to write all of the Silver Surfer stories personally, had asked other writers not to use the character and suggested that Roy Thomas use Doctor Strange instead. But Roy Thomas has also speculated that Stan Lee came up with the team's name, the Defenders. He said, "It's far too passive a name for my taste. I prefer a more aggressive sounding name like the Avengers or the Invaders." So Stan probably came up with that one, but I'm not sure. According to Roy Thomas. Kind of a weird thing to say, Roy. Due to the popularity of their tryout in Marvel Feature, Marvel soon began publishing The Defenders with Steve Englehart, who was writing The Avengers, writing the book, and Sal Buscema penciling, meaning doing the pencil artwork, while Roy Thomas moved into the editor's seat. Despite Stan Lee's continuing edict on the use of the Silver Surfer, he approved of Steve Englehart's pitch to include the Silver Surfer in the story. Valkyrie was introduced to the team in issue number 4, which was put out to the public on Tuesday, November 21st, my birthday, 1972. And Steve Englehart also wrote the Avengers Defenders War crossover in the Avengers issues 116 through 118 from July 17th, 1973 through September 11th of all dates, 1973. And crossing over into the Defenders issues 9 through 11 from Tuesday, July 24th, 1973 to Tuesday, September 18th, 1973, respectively. Leaving the Defenders afterwards because, quote, he didn't want to keep doing 2 team books at the same time, unquote. Len Wein briefly wrote the series, The Defenders, and introduced such characters as Alpha, the Ultimate Mutant, and the Wrecking Crew. Len Wein also added Nighthawk, played by Sly Stallone in Guardians of the Galaxy volume, the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. And Nighthawk was added because, in his words, talking about Len Wein, doing so, quote, gave me a character to play with who didn't have a whole lot of previous history. A character I could do anything I wanted to with without worrying about how it would affect any other titles that character might appear in, unquote. Steve Gerber first worked on the characters of the Defenders in a book, Giant-Sized Defenders number 3 from October 3rd, 1974. I'll show you the cover of that in just a minute. I took a photo of it from my collection. And Steve Gerber became the writer of the main title, The Defenders, starting with issue number 20 the following month. He wrote the series until Defenders issue number 41 from August 17th, 1976. Part of Steve Gerber's deal was reviving forgotten characters. He brought back 3 pre-Marvel characters now organized as the Headmen, as well as the Guardians of the Galaxy. The Defenders met Steve Gerber's Howard the Duck in Marvel Treasury Edition number 12 from 1976. Remember the movie Howard the Duck? George Lucas, that was his first movie after Return of the Jedi. And, it certainly got panned by the critics, but I didn't mind it too much. It had some humor to it, and I love Leah Thompson. She was in it. I don't know. I kind of like the old Howard the Duck, the movie. I'm one of the few. What was it? I think it was released in 1986, if I'm not mistaken. Going off the cuff here. Due to Marvel's shuffling of editors-in-chief, a brief run by Jerry Conway abruptly ended in mid-production on issue 45 of The Defenders, and David Anthony Kraft, God rest his soul, and Roger Slifer volunteered to write the series, but issue number 45 had no written plot, having been drawn by Giffen following a story conference with Conway, Jerry Conway, who abruptly quit the book. So David Anthony Kraft and Slifer were unable to contact either Conway or Giffen, so they had to puzzle out Conway's plot from the unscripted artwork to write the story. David Anthony Kraft's run as writer on the Defenders included the Scorpio Saga, which was issues 46 and 48 through 50 of the Defenders, and Xenogenesis, Day of the Demon storyline in Defenders issues 58 through 60. You'll see those covers in a minute. The Defenders for a Day storyline in issues 62 through 64 saw dozens of new applicants attempting to join the Defenders, as well as a number of villains attempting to present themselves as Defenders members in order to confuse the authorities and the public as they commit robberies and other crimes. David Anthony Kraft and artist Ed Hannigan explained some of the Valkyrie's backstory in the Defenders issue 66 through 68 in late 1978. At David Anthony Kraft's request, the artist Hannigan helped write issue Defender 67, but found that he could not handle both writing and artwork at once, so he transitioned to being just the series writer with the following issue, Defenders number 68. Woo! Almost done here, folks, with the history of the Defenders, and I'll get to your comments. Steve Grant wrote a conclusion to Steve Gerber's Omega the Unknown series, which was an independent book on its own that was canceled, but they concluded it in 2 issues of the Defenders, at the end of which most of the original characters were killed off from the Omega the Unknown. While Steve Gerber seemed unhappy with Grant's conclusion, it nevertheless tied up the loose ends of the comic book series and is considered canon by Marvel. Writer J.M. Damati, I can't pronounce, I've never been able to pronounce this person's name. J.M. D-E, big M, D-E, wait, J-M, capital D, little e, capital M, A-T-T-E-I-S. J.M. DeMatteis took over the Defenders with issue number 92. He and Mark Gruenwald, he got credited for creating a character that I actually created, Madcap, but I named him Happy, so I'll give Gruenwald credit. He changed the name to Madcap, but they stole the concept, the colors of the costume, everything. That's another story. I've talked about it ad nauseum. All right, let me get back. So J.M. D. Mateus and Mark Gruenwald co-wrote the Defenders issues 107 through 109 in 1982, which resolved remaining plot points from the Valkyrie story written by David Anthony Kraft and Hannigan, published 3 years earlier. So let's talk about the new Defenders. With issue number 125 of the Defenders, it was retitled The New Defenders. As the original 4 members, Doctor Strange, the Silver Surfer, the Hulk, and Prince Namor, the Submariner, are forced to leave the team in response to an alien prophecy that states that these 4, operating as a group, would be responsible for destroying the world. While the Beast reforms the team as an official superhero team complete with government clearance. JM stayed on for only 6 issues of the New Defenders as writer before turning it over to writer Peter Gillis, whose run was marked by shorter, more personal stories. Peter Gillis recounted, quote, I'd been working for a while at Marvel, and I was constantly pumping for more work, and specifically a series of my own. So when I heard that JM was leaving the Defenders, I was in the editor Carl Potts' office like a shot, and I got the gig, unquote. Though the series remained a modest hit through the Gillis-Perlin run, Don Perlin was the artist, it was canceled to make room in Marvel's production schedule for the new Universe line of comics, which weren't very good in 1987 when they hit the scene. The final issue was the New Defenders number 152. In that final issue, several members, including the Gargoyle, Moondragon, and Valkyrie, plus allies, Andromeda, Manslaughter, Interloper, seemingly die in a battle with the Dragon of the Moon, controlling Moondragon. The remaining mutant members leave the team to join the X Factor, a title that began in 1986. Peter Gillis has claimed that killing off the other members of the group was a directive from the editorial staff to free up the surviving members for usage in the X Factor. like the Angel, pointing out that he shortly after revived several of these seemingly deceased members in issues of Solo Avengers and also in Strange Tales Volume 2, issues 5 through 7, followed by issues 3 through 4 of the relaunched Doctor Strange Sorcerer Supreme comic book title. Let me be brief here. In 1990, the original trio reunited in the Incredible Hulk issues number 370 through 371, in which it was revealed that the prophecy was a hoax. The originals then rejoined with the Silver Surfer in a story titled The Return of the Defenders. I don't have that because my forte is Marvel 1960 to 1993, but I've branched out recently, buying collections and absorbing books after I quit collecting, after I got to college, and I kind of grew out of buying comics every single month. I stopped around 1993, and those are the books. I'm trying to have like the ultimate comic book library in case, God forbid, the power grid goes down. I may not have food and water. I may starve to death, but damn it, I'm going to have a lot of entertainment if I can't watch TV. I'm just kidding. Or film, or my movie projector. If there's no power, you can't run a projector. I don't know of a battery operated projector. Do you, Al Hardy? I doubt Al Hardy's watching, or Tom Williams. But I guess if you have a generator, if you have a generator that runs on fuel, or you could operate anything with the generator. All right, I digress. But how long will the generator last? I don't mean to be morbid. Geez, I don't. And a lot of people don't have power right now as we're live, so I'm not making light of that. It's very serious. Especially if your food goes bad and spoils and you have nothing to eat. That's very serious. And I'm pretty pissed off about the lack of response, but that's another story in the aftermath and the wake of this Hurricane Helene. So, damn. I wish I could play a clip because I realized I haven't shared on the Facebook side this show to the Nostalgia Podblast Facebook group that has over 6,000 members. Damn. Oh, well. But let's get back to the history of the Defenders. The prophecy was a hoax. The originals were rejoined with Silver Surfer in a story titled The Return of the Defenders, running in the Incredible Hulk Annual number 18 and Namor the Submariner Annual number 2 and Silver Surfer Annual number 5 and Doctor Strange Sorcerer Supreme Annual number 2. So that was when they were reunited and it felt so good. The Defenders, the Secret Defenders. In 1993, Marvel sought to revive the Defenders brand as the Secret Defenders. The new team first appeared unofficially in Doctor Strange issue number 50 and later in Fantastic Four issue number 374 before being officially introduced in Secret Defenders issue number 1. The series, but we're just going to show the original Defenders issues 1 through 152 plus all giant size issues. There's 5 of those and annual number 1. That's all I'm going to show you. So I'm just covering the history. We're a historical program. We're a documentary. So I got to get it right. So almost done here. So the Secret Defenders, the series premise originally was that Doctor Strange would organize various teams of heroes for certain missions with him as the leader. The teams included Wolverine, Darkhawk, Spider-Woman, Spider-Man, Hulk, Nomad, Ghost Rider, and others. This lasted for the first several months of that title, Secret Defenders, before Doctor Strange was removed from the book due to the character being reassigned to the Midnight Suns line at Marvel. Now, after an arc where the supervillain Thanos organized a team of Secret Defenders for a mission, leadership of the Secret Defenders passed on to Dr. Druid, and the series itself abandoned the revolving door roster in favor of Druid, and the series was canceled with Secret Defenders issue number 25. It didn't make it long, a couple of years. Okay. In 2001 and 2002, the Defenders reunited in Defenders Volume 2, issues 1 through 12, created by Kurt Busiek and Eric Larson, immediately followed by The Order, issues 1 through 6, in which Yandroth manipulated Gaia, G-A-E-A, that's how you spell Gaia, into cursing the primary 4 Defenders, Doctor Strange, Submariner, Hulk, and the Silver Surfer, so that they would be summoned to major crisis situations. These members were then mind-controlled by Yandroth into forming the world-dominating Order. Once the Order were freed from this control by their fellow heroes, including their teammates Hellcat, Nighthawk, and Valkyrie, the Defenders apparently disbanded. A fill-in issue set between these two series was published in 2011. There was a 2005 miniseries, though, a Defenders 5-issue miniseries debuted in July 2005. Talked about that earlier, by Keith Giffen and JM and Kevin McGuire, featuring Doctor Strange attempting to reunite the original 4 Defenders to battle Dormammu and Uma. The series focuses mainly on humor, as the characters spend most of their time arguing with and criticizing one another. Let's talk about the last Defenders briefly. In 2008, Joe Casey wrote a new miniseries with a new lineup of Defenders as a result of the Superhuman Registration Act and the events of the Civil War in the comic books, in the MCU and in the Marvel Universe. We saw it in the movies. We saw it in Captain America Civil War. But it was in the books before that film ever hit movie screens. Nighthawk wanted a team made up of previous Defenders such as Hellcat, the Devil Slayer, but Tony Stark, Iron Man, makes a decision to select other heroes for the team. The lineup is led by Nighthawk with Blazing Skull, Colossus from the X-Men, and She-Hulk as members. The Defenders are assigned to New Jersey under the 50-state initiative because the proximity to the New York City demands more experienced heroes than can just be recruited from the ranks of Camp Hammond. What was that noise? The team is disbanded for the incompetence. Wait a minute. The team is disbanded for incompetence, but Richmond eventually founded a team outside the initiative with the Son of Satan, She-Hulk, Krang, and Nighthawk, and the Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Jaquin Pennyworth. By the way, we're going to have a review from our man on the street of the Joker 2. The Joker Deuce. It is, I heard it's like dropping a deuce, but we'll see what our critic has to say about that. JT. The team reappears in the miniseries Vengeance in 2011. Okay. We're about to wrap this topic up and get to the books. In the 2009 ongoing Hulk comic book series in issues 10 through 12, Red Hulk, who will be played by, spoiler alert, Harrison Ford in the new Captain America movie released Valentine's Day 2025 in movie theaters in the USA. Believe it or not, he's going to be the Red Hulk, Harrison Ford. I want to have that book right here. I might as well hold that up for you. The first appearance of the Red Hulk. Okay, in the Hulk series, issues 10 through 12, Red Hulk assembles a counter team of supervillains called the Offenders, which includes Baron Mordo, Terrax the Tamer, and Tiger Shark, who was introduced in Submariner issues, I think 6. If that memory is not, if my memory isn't failing me right now. Back in 1968, 69. 1968. And Tiger Shark, okay, so it's Tiger Shark, Terrax the Tamer, and Baron fighting past versions of their enemies. Let me show you. I gotta pull the stack of books. Oh, let me turn the camera shot around, and I'll get to the chat in a minute, I promise. Let's see here. So let me change so you can see it better. Okay. I got all these stacks of books. I'm bagging, rebagging. They're super boys. Okay. This is the Red Hulk in comic book form, the books I was just talking about. There's Red Hulk and these two issues of this book. There's the first appearance. First cameo appearance, first full appearance of the Red Hulk. So, let me get back now to, we're about to wrap this. I know I said that. I had a camera shot. Here's my camera shot. Oh, I don't think, you know what I didn't do? I didn't take that off the screen, did I? God dang. I didn't take this off the screen so you could see the Red Hulk title. Hang on a second. It's right here. That was dumb. That was dumb. This is the Red Hulk. That's the Red Hulk. That's the first cameo appearance, even though he's on the cover, and then the first full appearance. So that's what the Red Hulk. I mean, you just color him red, right? You know what the Hulk looks like. It's not like a stretch. I'm like showing it like it's some mind-blowing new concept or something. All right, got my Defenders box right next to me. Got my photos ready. We got to finally show these issues, and I see 105 chat comments. I can't even see. I got to get to them. I feel so bad, y'all. Please forgive me. And let me try it. I got to share this right fast, quick on Facebook. Let me see if I could play a clip. This one might cause the stream to go down. I got to wrap. I got to stay consistent. Let me just, while I'm on a roll talking about the Defenders, let me finish that because I'm almost done talking about the history of the Defenders. I want to have a complete history for you of the Defenders. Okay, so we talked about the Red Hulk assembling the counter team of supervillains, the Offenders. Okay. Fear Itself, The Deep. During the 2011 Fear Itself storyline, Doctor Strange forms a new version of the Defenders with Lyra, daughter of the Hulk, Namor, the Submariner. I don't know why I do a lisp. I don't know why. One move and you're looking for a new prince. I think it's because of Flash Gordon, the movie from 1980. Sam Jones enunciated a line to hilarious effect unintentionally, I thought. He had a lisp when he's holding a sword on Prince Baron, played by Timothy Dalton, before he was James Bond in 2 Bond films. And he says, one wrong move and you're looking for a new prince. And he just sounded kind of funny. Anyway, let me back up here. So during the 2011 Fear Itself storyline, Doctor Strange forms a new version of the Defenders with Lyra, daughter of the Hulk, Namor, Prince Namor. That's Prince Namor to you. The Submariner, Loa, a student of the X-Men, and the Silver Surfer to confront Atuma, who first appeared in Tales to Astonish. And he was a Fantastic Four villain down the line as well. All right. Who became Nekod, Breaker of Oceans. Many past Defenders appear in the last issue of Fear Itself. Okay, cool. All right. So, geez. The 2011 series, Marvel launched a new Defenders series in December 2011, written by Matt Fraction and drawn by Terry Dodson. The new book features Doctor Strange, the Red She-Hulk, Namor, the Silver Surfer, and Iron Fist. The new series follows the reunion of the Defenders in Fear Itself, The Deep. During the battle against the Death Celestials, the characters the Black Cat, Nick Fury, and Ant-Man joined the team. The series was canceled at issue number 12. Despite the prophecy supposedly being a hoax, the central storyline of the series involves a reunion of the original 4 Defenders, setting off a chain of events leading to the destruction of the universe. In the final issue, Doctor Strange changes the past so that the reunion never happens, thus erasing all the events of the series. In February 2013, we saw the debut of The Fearless Defenders, a series written by Cullen Bunn with artwork by Will Sliney. And whoa, how do you pronounce Sliney? Sliney. Will Sliney. Correct me if I'm wrong in chat. Bunn said that he had wanted to write the series, which centers on a new team, Valkyrie, led by Valkyrie and Misty Knight, from Luke Cage, Hero for Hire. After writing Fear Itself, The Fearless, it was suggested to him that it should run as a Defenders title. However, Bunn explained that beyond the name, there is little connection to the Defenders. Okay, well, I shouldn't have wasted your time with that, and I didn't have time to pre-screen my notes. It was a last-minute copy and paste job. I'm kidding. Well, kidding, not kidding. All right, in August of 2017, Marvel launched a new Defenders comic book series starring Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist, based on the Netflix incarnation of the team. I didn't care for that. During the Secret Empire storyline, the Defenders were seen fighting the villains that were on a rampage for what happened in Pleasant Hill. They were defeated when Nitro exploded. All right, wrapping it up, I promise. The best defense. In 2018, we saw a new 5-part crossover storyline involving the big 4 members of the Defenders team. Doctor Strange, Hulk, Prince Namor, Silver Surfer. It was published throughout December. The plot featured separate issues, all titled The Best Defense, in the Immortal Hulk title, Namor title, Doctor Strange title, and Silver Surfer titles, which culminates in a final issue under the banner of the Defenders. Announced on August 24th, 2018, the creative teams were respectively, it doesn't matter, well, I guess the Immortal Hulk, written by Al Ewing and illustrated by Simone DeMeo, Namor, written by Chip Zdarsky and illustrated by Carlos Magno, Doctor Strange, written by Jerry Dugan and illustrated by Greg Smallwood, Silver Surfer, written and illustrated by Jason Latour, The Defenders, written by Al Ewing and illustrated by Joe Bennett. Now, in August of 2021, Marvel launched a new Defenders series written by Al Ewing with art by Javier Rodriguez. This new version of the team features Doctor Strange, Silver Surfer, the Masked Raider, Red Harpy, and Cloud. But there was also Defenders Beyond.
Beyond the grave.
Check. Before the publication of the 5th and final issue of the 2021 series, it was teased that the team would be reuniting after a short break in the summer of 2022 for another 5-part run. Following a message from
Beyond the grave
from Doctor Strange, a new team of Defenders is assembled featuring Blue Marvel, America Chavez, Taya, who is the mother of Galactus, Tigra, and Loki, a variant of the God of Mischief, to tackle a new cosmic threat. The Defenders membership was fluid. Yet a few members were relatively constant. The 3 founders, Doctor Strange, Namor, Prince Namor, the Submariner, and the Hulk, the Silver Surfer, Valkyrie, Nighthawk, and Hellcat, and the Gargoyle. Membership was clearer in the new Defenders era when the team was more formally organized. I'm going to show you the covers that I just referenced in just a moment for all of those eras, in the 1970s and 1980s. Let's see. The Secret Defenders. We already talked about that. Age of Ultron. Following Wolverine's murder of Hank Pym during the Age of Ultron, Hank Pym was Ant-Man. To keep Ultron from being created, a splinter timeline called Earth-26111 is created. In the new timeline, the Defenders became the world's premier superhero team after the disbanding of the Avengers. The new Defenders lineup consisted of Doctor Strange, Captain America, Wolverine, Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp, and she was Captain Marvel at that point in time, the Thing, Scott Summers, who is the Cyclops in the X-Men title, but he was Cable this time around in this universe, the Hulk, and Star-Lord from Guardians of the Galaxy. The group is a resistance against Morgan Le Fay, who has conquered half of the Earth. Okay. God, this is so confusing. I know it is. Iron Man, Fatal Frontier. In the Iron Man Fatal Frontier storyline taking place on Earth 10429, a version of the Defenders consisting of Captain America, the Hulk, and Thor encountered rescue. This reality's version of Ho Yinsen. After a brief fight over a misunderstanding, Rescue joins up with the Defenders. Now, there was the Secret Wars revival of 2015, and during the Secret Wars storyline, different versions of the Defenders are featured. A variation of the Defenders resides in the Battle World domain of the year 2099. Vision of 2099 experiences a premonition of a group of enemies called the Defenders, whom he predicts will attack the Avengers. The Defenders 2099 are later revealed to consist of the Silver Surfer, Doctor Strange, Valkyrie, Roman the Submariner, and Hulk 2099. Following the defeat of the Dweller in Darkness, Miguel Stone allowed the Defenders to continue operating independently. The Yinsen region of Battleworld is protected by a variation of the Defenders, and that team is led by Captain Britain and consists of She-Hulk and White Tiger, Kid Rescue, the armored version of Ho Yinsen's granddaughter Tony, and Spider Hero, that world's version of Hobie Brown. Now, that Netflix series from 2017, the Defenders appear in the superhero squad show episode Invader from the Dark Dimension, consisting of Doctor Strange, Valkyrie, the Hulk, Thor, and the Silver Surfer. And that version of the group is formed to stop Baron Mordo after he steals Iron Man's body and brainwashes Wolverine, Falcon, and Red Wing. An alternate universe incarnation of the Defenders appears in the Avengers Assemble episode. These are cartoons. This is animation. The Avengers Assemble episode titled Planet Doom, consisting of Clint Barton and Bullseye, Sam Wilson and Snap, Peter Parker / Slinger, Frank Castle, the Punisher in our universe, Nastasia Romanoff, Black Bride in that universe, and the Brain Trust, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. This version of the group serves as the world's sole team of heroes in an alternate timeline where Doctor Doom prevented the formation of the Avengers and took over the world. When Romanoff and the Brain Trust operating as moles within Doom's forces. Wow, this could happen in the new movies, the new Avengers movie, Doomsday. Wow. The Defenders appear in a self-titled Marvel Netflix series consisting, I said this 4 times now, consisting of Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist. This version of the group come together to fight the Hand. Talk to the Hand. In terms of video games, the Defenders appear in Marvel Avengers Academy, consisting of Colleen Wing, Daredevil, Hellcat, Iron Fist, Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Misty Knight. And the Defenders also appear in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, The Black Order, consisting of Daredevil, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and Elektra, Daredevil's main squeeze, as playable characters, and Jessica Jones as a non-playable character in that game. We're getting to the comic books after this paragraph. Finally, right? The Justice League 2-part episode titled The Terror Beyond... The Terror Beyond features Dr. Fate, Aquaman, Solomon Grundy, and Hawk Girl banding together to fight an ancient superhero entity called Icthlu. How do I say that? Icthulhu. I've never seen it. I hate to admit, I've never seen it, but Icethulu. Icethulu. Sulu. Icethulu. Icethulhu. Called Icethulhu. I'll say. I'll see who. Golly. Tongue twister. Icethulhu. If Sarah stopped, she's probably thinking, what is going on? She's probably commenting, what is going on? Icethulhu. All right. According to the series developer, Bruce Timm, the team was meant to be an explicit homage to the Defenders, but in the DC universe, with each member paralleling a different Marvel hero. Dr. Fate was Doctor Strange. Aquaman was Prince Namor, the Submariner. Solomon Grundy was the Hulk, and Hawk Girl was Nighthawk. The homage is taken further in the Justice League Unlimited episode titled Wake the Dead, wherein Amazo joins the group as an apparent analogy for the Silver Surfer. So finally, we're going to get to the comic books. And all I'm going to do is show the issues and let you know when they hit the streets. So I'm going to mark this so people get right to the comic books. So let's back up. I know I'm repeating myself, but there's Marvel Feature issue number 1, which was on Comic Book Spinner Racks originally, starting on July 20th, 1971. The first appearance of the Defenders. There's issue number 2, which hit on Tuesday, October 19th, 1971. Then on January 18th, 1972, issue 3 of Marvel Feature presenting the Defenders was released to the public. Then finally, the first issue of The Defenders. They were commissioned their own comic book title, with that very first issue being released to the public on Tuesday, May 30th, 1972. Then on Tuesday, July 25th, 1972, we saw... Oh, let's open up issue 1, by the way. Before I do that, I Slay by the Stars is the title. There's Prince Namor the Submariner smacking the earth. And there's the first letters page of the Defenders with letters referencing Marvel feature number 1. And hell, that was about, let me see here. January, so Marvel feature 1, July 20th, 72. May 30th, 72. No, July 20th, 71. That's over a year later. That's about almost a year later. Right. It was almost a year later. They finally got to the fan reaction to the Defenders. But there it is. So I might be wrong about that. I remember scanning through that letters page and I saw a reference to Marvel Feature 1. You know what? They might have been in issue 3 by then had the letters page, or even 2, because these were bi-monthly. I think they're every quarter, actually, as I said last time. So anyway, there's Defenders issue 1. Oh, let's talk about the value of this book, shall we? These books, like I said, they're affordable. You could get this book, according to keycollectorcomics.com, a high-grade edition of Defenders 1, ungraded, goes for $275 on average. That's not a lot. Of course, it's not a first appearance. If it were a first appearance, it would go for a heck of a lot of money. Now, let me see what Go Collector says in terms of graded issues of the Defenders issue number 1. Let's see. Let's see what those prices are like. Come on, you bastard. Okay, there we go. Defenders number 1 value. All right, so it won't, I'm not a paid member, so it'll just show me some of the value, like a 9.6. All right, these are actual sales of a graded. These are just graded actual sales. The 1-year average is $720 for a 9.6, a 9.8, much higher, but I can't see the actual sales numbers for a 9.8 grade. But a 9.6 is $720 for this book right here. All right, let me do one thing. Okay, good. Let's move on now. That's the inside of issue 1. There's the letters page. There's the back cover of my issue 1 of the Defenders. And there's number 2, issue number 2 of the Defenders from Tuesday, July 25th, 1972. Then we had, of course, issue number 3 of the Defenders. Let me show you the inside of this, though. There's the, I love that. That's called a double truck. There's the double truck, meaning 2 splash pages sandwiched together. I love that shot of the Silver Surfer rescuing Prince Namor the Submariner. I think that's pretty cool. And there's the back cover of that book. Look at that, Class A racing. I think that's pretty cool. There is the Defenders issue number 3, 4 Against the Gods. And that issue hit on Tuesday, September 19th, 1972. Then on my birthday in 1972, Valkyrie joined the team. You know what, though? Let me back up here and talk about, real quickly, just some liner notes from Key Collector Comics about issue 1. I'll just read these, and moving forward, I'll do this in order. I hate to jump around on you. Not only is this the first solo title featuring the Defenders, meaning a title book, it's the first appearance of Necrodamus, who is a sorcerer. But the key thing about issue 2, Silver Surfer joins the team, the Herald of Galactus. And I guess this was really the first time that Silver Surfer was written by someone other than Stan Lee. So that's a key point, and that's important to note. Now with issue 3, these are all books from my collection, by the way. Not a key, but let's get to issue 4. The first appearance of Barbara Norris as Valkyrie, and Valkyrie joins the Defenders high grade $145 book on average. And some of the Key Collector data is not that accurate in terms of actual sales, but there's issue 3. Before I get to 4, there's the back cover. Look who's smiling now. Kind of a goofy looking fella. There it is. Released on November 21st, 1972. Defenders issue 4. Valkyrie rides again. I love that cover. She did not like men initially. She was very much a symbol of, let me take my name off so you can see. Well, hang on a second. God, doing this by myself is a bear sometimes. She was, she battled the Hulk. I mean, she had a lot of, no offense. She had a lot of, ironically, balls, really. She would take on men. And she thought all men were male chauvinist pigs. I like that character. So there's the back cover of that book. Nice little ad in the back. And then, so you had a gap because it was every other month. Then that's November 21st, 1972. Then the 5th issue was released on January 23rd, 1973. I like that cover a lot. That's pretty cool. And let me see if there's anything special, according to Key Collector, about that book. It says The Origin of Valkyrie. Okay, and high grade, $45 book. See, it's affordable. Now, issue number 6 is right here. And this is from March 27th, 1973 of the Defenders. The next key isn't till issue number 6. So let's hurry it along because I've already gone over an hour. There's the inside of that book, though. I love that shot of the Silver Surfer riding his cosmic surfboard. Issue 7 of the Defenders was released on May 27th, 1973. Let me look at my key. Oh, hell, let me go back. 6, yes, 6 was a key. See, I already forgot. Let's put this back up now. The keynotes about this book. First appearance of Cyrus Black, a sorcerer who battled Doctor Strange. It's also a cover appearance of Cyrus Black, who resembles the Black Knight's design. The Black Knight was first introduced in the Avengers issue 48, and I have it in my collection. High grade, this book's about a $25 book. But issue 8 is a key also. Let me get to issue 8's cover. That was 6. There's 7. Issue 7. Let me see something here. There's 8. Look at the Red Ghost. The Red Ghost commanded these apes. And there's Valkyrie and Hawkeye bound. And I'm going to take a break with issue 10 and get to the chat finally and see what's going on. It's probably a lot of folks. I love it when they say hi to each other. That's awesome. Let's see here. But I want to see what they have to say. I know Skeleton was there. By the way, I had uploaded a BJ and the Bear episode. It got blocked from the USA and Canada, but it's available in England. 1,000 people or so have watched it last time I checked. Great episode titled Siege with Marky Post. I'm digressing here, but Skeleton commented on it. So he's in the UK, I suppose. Obviously, he's in Europe, or he's in a different part of the world in terms of YouTube, and he has access to that BJ and the Bear episode. I was going to upload them, and I did an appeal. Comcast, Xfinity, Universal owns the rights, and for some reason they denied it, and it's their right, it's their material. They've decided to block BJ and the Bear from being shown to YouTubers in America and Canada, and the USA and Canada. I don't know why. I don't know why they blocked that show if they're not doing anything with it. They've never released it on home video ever. Not Columbia House VHS, not DVD, not Blu-ray, not nothing. And it's not been in reruns, to my knowledge, since 1995 in the USA on WWOR. I recorded them all off back then. Thank gosh I did. And I've converted them to DVD, BJ and the Bear. But thanks, Skeleton, for watching that episode of Siege. It's a really good episode where these bad guys, these TERROISTSs, take over the Country Comfort truck stop in the middle of the Miss Country Comfort beauty contest. And Marky Post is the reigning Miss Country Comfort. And she's given up her crown to the winner of the pageant when all hell breaks loose. And Jeffrey Lewis is in it. Right turn, Clyde. He's in the he's in the Philo Beddoe movies. He's in the Any Which Way You Can movies with Clint Eastwood. He was in several Clint Eastwood movies like Bronco Billy. You know him, and he's Lewis's dad. Natural Born Killer. Juliette Lewis's dad. He's no longer with us, but he was in that, and he played a mercenary. And there's a pretty good fight scene between B.J. McKay, a Vietnam vet, and his character towards the climax of that episode, Siege. And Hammer, who's a nemesis for B.J. McKay, becomes his ally for a brief period to take over and regain control of the Country Comfort truck stop. Siege. Oh, we got a big key coming up, but let me see where I left off with the covers here. Yeah, there's issue number 8. Let me make sure I read the notes on that. Issue 8, $40 book in nice shape. Part of the Avengers Defenders War Part 2 crossover with the Avengers. It says see Avengers issues 115 and 116 for parts 1 and 3. And I talked about that earlier in my synopsis, an origin story of the Defenders in print and in media, which was kind of long. I went an hour doing that. Gee, sorry. But the next issue was the Avengers Defenders War Part 4. Part 5 continued in Avengers issue 117. It's also a $40 book. Let me put that cover on the screen. There it is right here. There it is right there. Here's the splash page of that book. Splash page means page 1. Then there's the last page, which mentions it's got a little plug. Hey, get these issues as well. Avengers 117 will be back here next month for Defenders issue number 10. Both on sale next month. Get them quick because you're watching collector's items in the making. We have spoken. This just said hath. We have spoken. And this is a key book. It's a great Hulk versus Thing cover and battle. And I love it when they fought in Ragnarok on the big screen for the first time. Thor 3 Ragnarok. That's why that's probably my favorite Thor movie. Maybe tied with the first Thor movie. But it's a key, I think, for the cover alone. And it's part of the Avengers Defenders War Part 6. And it's a classic battle of the Hulk versus Thor. And it's continued in Avengers issue 118 for part 7 of that story. High grade, this is a $150 book and climbing, graded more than that. I'm giving you raw prices. I'm keeping it apples to apples here on the Podblast. There's that. Now let's take a break. I need to acknowledge the chat and say hey to everybody. Let me change my camera shot. And I need to try to put on a video so that I can share everything out to Facebook. Wait a minute, what the hell going on here? Okay, get to the chat. I'm going to start way at the beginning here. I see Tracy's fractured. Oh my gosh, y'all! I'm sure some people checked out. Like you're not talking back to me. To hell with you. No, there's Skelly Ton. Let me play my video and let me take this off the screen so you can see my lovely face. If I can get it. We left off with issue 10. All right, that's good. All right, so. We got to do this right.
You have a good day today, friends.
Yeah.
I did.
I had a Superman day.
You had a Superman day. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Spider-Man day.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, you know what? Wait. You know what time it is? It's time for me to see the friends at home in the magic mirror. Romper bumper, stomper boo. Tell me, do. Magic mirror, tell me today, did all my friends have fun at play? All my friends had fun today. I see David's having a special day today, and Olivia Joy had a special day on Sunday. I see Robin had a special day yesterday, and Dana's having a special day today, and so is Reginald and Edward John and Margaret. And I see Justin and Megan and Courtney and Brick and Mark and Rachel and Sheila and Caroline are all having special days, and Cicely and Ashley and Matthew and Jose, and I see Bonnie and Anthony and Joe had special days yesterday, and so did Tammy and Brandon and Gregory, and of course, friends, you know I see you, and I'll see you again.
I've been putting the comments in warp speed, rapid fire on the screen. Hello to Kay Moonen. Hello to Snark and Sass. Hello, of course, to Sarah. Hello to Jerry Dobson from Nostalgia World watching on Facebook Live, or at least he was. It's probably an hour ago. Hello to Southern California, Sarah. Kay Moonen told me my beard looks good. Hello to Tracy's Fractured History More. Hello to Brandon Mitchell. And I already mentioned him, but and Esmeralda. Hey to Esmeralda, she's here. Let's see. Let me get on here. Hey, Tracy, she gave me a little treat. Thank you for that. She made a donation. I want to thank you for that. I'm sorry it took me so long to see it. I hope you're still here. Man, I'm going to have to mail you something. I know you already won legitimately playing trivia, some cards, Batman cards, Topps cards. I'm going to send you something because, you know, that's really nice. I accept any amount. I'm grateful. Thank you. That is the first super chat that I've gotten. That's the first amount. Our first donation. Thank you for that. Oh, wow. That's awesome, Tracy. I'm sorry it took me so long to see it. And my phone's not in the room in case somebody was texting me. Hey, Snarky says, take a chance, 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 take a chance on me. I like the ABBA song. She's a trip. I love that lady. K-Moon and Chance, the volumes have gotten a little low on my end. The volume. See? And I didn't know. Let me put on my headphones. Yeah. Check. Hell, it's not even on. Is it? Check. Whoa! It's so low. Oh, damn. What in the hell is going on here? What the hell? What did I do? Check. God. All this time. Hello. I can't start it over. Oh, crap. Check. It is low. Check. Yo. What the hell's going on here? What did I do? Check. Oh, Jesus. Lord in heaven, forgive me. Hello? All that. After all that, is it going? After all that, hello? Yeah, it's a little low. Check.
time, and you were doing great at it.
Is muted?
Somebody said they heard me.
Oh, okay. I think we're okay now. It's fixed now. It's fixed.
There it goes.
Okay. Gutfeld, you're a sore loser, but your Mets did advance. He's a sore winner, I mean. Thank you, Danny Staten. Do you want to say anything? Okay. Well, thank you, Danny Staten, for calling me. Let me know. You know what I did? I muted myself somehow. I'm messing up bad tonight. I muted myself somehow. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know, but you know what? The Braves made it to postseason 7 years in a row, and they were riddled with injuries, so I don't want to hear it, you son of a bitch. I'm just kidding. You son of a gun. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I was just reading the comments on the screen. We can see your covers. Thank you, Tracy. Let me get on because I know you can't spend all night here. Greetings from South Carolina, says Danny Staten. That was probably an hour ago. I know he gets on Corey's comedy channel for being behind in the comments. I'm way behind. Danny Staten said, Bigfoot is on holiday this week. It was UFO and black helicopters. Then I fought giant spiders, probably from Mars. Video up. Cool. I'll check it out on your channel. Volume has been fine, says Keebler. Okay. Well, K. Munan's comment threw me. Oh, geez. Volume was fine until you started messing with it. Let me put my headphones on. Now I'm all self-conscious. Check. It should be. I hope the volume levels are good. It sounds all right, right? Hang on. Yo. Yo. Duncan Yo-Yo. That's nostalgia for you. Nostalgic toy. Now I got nothing. Okay, that's when I don't know what I did. I can't hear you. I muted it. Okay, we're back. Oh, geez. Hello to Keebler. Keebler Howell. No, this is horrible. Okay. I can't hear you. Let me do Sergeant Carter. I can't hear you, Gomer Powell. I called him. Yeah, you did. I bet the mic is muted. Keebler, that was what it was. That's what it was. I don't know how I did that or when. I hear you now. Okay, thanks. Now, you know what? I'm kidding around. I know, and I am too. I didn't mean any offense either. Okay, sounds great. Okay, good. All right, stop messing with it and get on with the show. Stop with the comments, even you are behind. All right, so we need to get back on track. We left off with Defenders issue number 10. I would like to share this out to my nostalgia group on Facebook really quickly. I'm going to try to play video. This will probably make the whole thing go down. This is a comic book related clip. It's a nostalgia related clip. So if even people that don't care for comic books will appreciate this, but I'm a little nervous about it, but it's a funny one. There's a comic book, Amazing Spider-Man 14, first appearance of Green Goblin. And there's a sitcom called Different Strokes. Arnold steals a comic book and gets caught. And I pulled that clip for y'all, and that'll give me a chance. I can do trivia. Yes, I can do 70s trivia at the end. Let me see. I got 152 comic book covers to get through, but I'm not going to be as long as I have been as long-winded about each one. I'm just going to show them and mention the date they hit the public. I've done the history of the Defenders. I forgot to turn on my sign too. Boy, oh boy, I'm rusty. I haven't done a stream in a minute, and it shows. So let me play that clip. And I gotta say, I'm afraid it might make the stream go down on both Facebook and YouTube, on both my YouTube channels, but I'm going to roll the dice and hope it's okay. This is called Arnold Steals a Comic Book. This is from Different Strokes from 1981. Let's watch.
Hi there.
I wasn't gonna steal it.
I beg your pardon?
You know what I mean.
Just browsing.
No, just looking around.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
Yeah, the door. Bye.
Bye.
Fingerprints.
Hold it right there, you little thief.
Man, when my dad gets here, he's gonna kill me.
What makes you think you're going to get off that easy? I can't believe this of you, Arnold. We'll talk about it in a minute. I'm his father, Philip Drummond.
You're his father?
He was adopted, but without handcuffs. Why in the world would you put handcuffs on a 10-year-old? What did he steal, the Statue of Liberty?
Can I have a word with you, son?
Of course.
Look, he only stole a comic book. But what I usually do in a situation like this is I try to put a scare into the kids. You know what I mean? Handcuffs seem to work pretty good.
I catch your drift.
Okay, young fella. I think we can take those off now. Hope they weren't too tight.
Arnold, what on earth made you steal?
Dad, I had to. It was for my secret initiation. And the Gooch likes comic books.
Well, what about singing the Star-Spangled Banner?
It's not necessary, but if you want to, go ahead.
We'll talk about this more when we get home.
Would you consider just forgetting it?
No, I wouldn't. Now, you just pay for that comic book, and let's go.
I'm afraid it's not quite that simple, Mr. Drummond. You'll have to take it up with the owner, Mrs. Craig. I phoned her. She'll be here any minute.
Now, is that really necessary?
Kids, every time I look around, one of them's ripping me off. Is this a little thief?
Yes. I mean, no. My son is not a thief.
You still willing to admit that you're my father?
Just barely. Arnold, I'm shocked. You lied to me about the Gooch, you lied to me about your initiation, and now you've just stolen something. He's really a lovely little child.
I've heard that one before. Look, I can't run a business this way. Something has got to be done about all this crime.
You have a right to be upset.
Poor kids steal. Rich kids steal. And sometimes it's not even for the money, just for the kicks.
Right, I agree.
Good. Because I intend to press charges against that little thief.
You can't be serious. Pressing charges for a comic book that costs 12 cents.
It happens to be worth $400.
What you talking about, lady?
I love that clip. Good, it played, apparently. Got lucky. Thank gosh. This has been a stressful night. God. Now let's get back to the comic books. Woo! And maybe I should do a movie review to break up the monotony. We did the first 10 issues of The Defenders. I've got 142 to go, not including the 5 giant size and the annual. Let's talk movies for a second. For the non-comic book people out there, let's talk about the new Joker movie. I got a review. It's under 2 minutes long from JT, our critic on the street. He's going to review that in The Penguin episode 1, but let's start with the Joker.
Hello, this is Movie Reviews by JT, and I got another review for you. Joker Folie d'Or, the sequel to the 2019 film. Todd Phillips returned as director. Joaquin Phoenix returned as Arthur Fleck, the Joker. And you also have Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn. Went to early screening tonight for this film in IMAX. The film opens in theaters on October 4th. And this is a no spoiler review, so not getting too much of the film's plot. It was a step down from the first movie. The excitement just was not there. There was a couple of scenes and musical numbers I did enjoy, but some I did not like. Left the theater disappointed. And Joaquin Phoenix is still good as Arthur Fleck, the Joker. His performance is great. Lady Gaga was okay as Harley Quinn. Todd Phillips directing is fine. The first movie was great, and I heard they were doing a sequel. And also they were doing the sequel. I was excited for that, but it's just not great and everything. And it was a disappointment. I give Joker Folie d'Or a B-. And if you plan on seeing this film in theaters this weekend, you can see it for yourself. With your opinions on that. But yeah, it's just not a great film. So that's my review for Joker Folie d'Or. All right, bye.
He's usually upbeat about everything. He didn't like it. Let's see what he said about the Penguin. 43-second review from JT. Doing double duty again for the Podblast.
The first episode of The Penguin was so good. Crazy, a lot of violence. This show I was most anticipated. And so after they announced it, taking place right after the Batman, and Colin Farrell as Oz still good. His performance and everything. Clancy Brown. And I can't wait for the rest of the episodes and everything. But this show, the first episode, The Penguin they knocked it out of the park and everything. All right.
So he liked the Penguin. He didn't like the Joker. All right, JT. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. We had a strange comment from Keebler. I'm trying to find it. Are you telling me for 20 minutes there was no sound? Is she messing with me? She says, we lost 20 minutes to volume. Do you think you could do half the comics and the rest next week? No, I'm going to do all the Defenders. I just want to knock them out because I got something in mind for the next time. Next week, we won't do comics at all. It'll be a regular Podblast. But I'm going to hold up some comics. I'll do it quickly. But are you kidding me? Or are you exaggerating? It was 20 minutes of that volume. It seemed like about me 5 minutes. Was it 20 minutes where you couldn't hear anything for 20 minutes? Oof. I hope that's not the case. All right, we're going to get on with Defenders issue 11. Woo! And I'll just hustle through this really quickly. I have some other nostalgic features. I don't know if I should do those now to break it up for people that don't care about comics. I'm just trying to decide on the fly because some people like the trivia. I need someone to draw my nickname Gerbear for me, says Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World on Facebook. All right. Well, I guess I'll get on with the comic books because that's what this is. This is a comic book show. We left off with issue 10 of the Defenders. Now we're going to move on because that is a key book. I don't know if I showed this yet. There's the inside. I don't think I did. Here's the inside splash page. I know I didn't show this. So let's open up that very book from my collection. And that's a key just for the cover primarily. But it's a Hulk versus Thor battle. And those always are very much in demand. It's not a super key though. You could get this for maybe $100 or less. And that Arnold clip, it was funny when the woman said in different strokes, this comic's worth $400. Now that book, that's a $30,000 book, 9.8, or at least in graded condition. First appearance of the Green Goblin, and incidentally, it was the book that became in one instance, the angry girlfriend variant. That was that very book. So let's continue looking at this. I like it when the Defenders and the Avengers are together, as you see on that splash page on the right from Defenders issue 10. Then there's the last page with a plug to buy the crossover in the Avengers. And there's the back cover of that book. It's a really nice condition copy. So on September 18th, 1973, we saw the Defenders issue number 11 released to the public. Isn't that cool? I like that cover. And some key facts about Defenders issue 11. It continues the Avengers Defenders War storyline. That's part 8. And Hawkeye leaves the Defenders. And of course, he's an Avenger. The next issue was issue number 12. And it was a key. It was the first appearance of Dragon Fang, the Sword of the Valkyrie. And let me show you that right now. And it's from November 13th, 1973. There's that cover. The following issue is also a key, not a major key. These are like $15, $10 books in nice condition, ungraded. Now graded more for sure, but we're talking raw books, keeping it apples to apples. The next book is the first appearance of Nebulon, an alien geologist. And there's a classic battle of the Defenders versus the Squadron Sinister. And I haven't shown you that cover yet, issue 13. And here it comes from February 5th, 1974. Next was Defenders issue 14 from April 16th, 1974. I love that cover. In terms of when these things were released, the first giant-sized Defenders was released between issues 14 and 15, and here it is. Giant-sized Defenders 1. I love that where the Hulk is in the Silver Surfer and Prince Namor, the Submariner, and Doctor Strange are bursting out of the comic book pages right at you, the reader. I love that. And the street date on this was Tuesday, April 23rd, 1974. Incidentally, do you know what the first giant-sized Marvel comic book was? I'll go get it. I'll show you what it was. I love this comic. I've got 3 or 4 of them. Here. It's Giant Size Superstars 1, and it's a Hulk versus Thing battle. They're in the ring, though, in like a prize ring. But I have like 3 copies of this because I just love this book. It's not worth a tremendous amount of money, but I love the artwork, and it's just so cool. Giant Size Superstars 1, featuring the Fantastic Four. Got some glare going on. I love that book. And I think it was out in February 1974. And then the next one was Giant Size Spider-Man and Dracula. A couple weeks after that. All right. So then after Giant Size Defenders 1 was Defenders issue number 15. And it's a non-key book. There's nothing really that, according to the experts and the financial guys, special about that book in terms of first appearances. This is from June 18th, 1974. Then came Giant Size Defenders issue number 2 on Tuesday, July 9th, 1974, which is right here. Followed by Defenders issue number 16 from July 16th, 1974. Now, this is a key. Defenders issue number 17 from August 20th, 1974. It's the first cameo team appearance of the Wrecking Crew, consisting of Bulldozer, Piledriver, Thunderball, and Wrecker. And it's the first meeting of Luke Cage, Power Man, and the Defenders team. All characters appear in a final page cameo for the first time, with the exception of the Wrecker, who first appeared in Thor number 148. I believe that was from 1969. And this is a $50 book, ungraded and in top condition. But again, this is according to Key Collector Comics, which has flawed financial data. Some books are worth way more than they list, and some are worth not as much as they list. So, you know, it's not all that accurate. Next was Defenders issue number 18 from September 17th, 1974. And it's a key. This is the first full team appearance of the Wrecking Crew, consisting of, as I previously said, Bulldozer, Pile Driver, Thunderball, and Wrecker. And all of those characters appear in full for the first time, with the exception of the Wrecker, whose first appearance, as I said, was in Thor number 148. And the only thing key about the next issue, number 19, was that it's the second appearance of the Wrecking Crew. But before that, you had Giant Size Defenders number 3. This is a key. First appearance of Korvac, who's rumored to be in some of the movies. And there it is, Giant Size Defenders issue number 3. And that book was released on Tuesday, October 3rd, 1974. Oh, the previous issue, Defenders 18, was released on September 20th, 1974. That's my dad's birthday. Anyway, there's Giant Size Defenders 3. Let me look up the financials of that book. Let me see. It should have been right here. It's not popping up. That is the most valuable of all the Giant Size Defenders books. Let me do one quick thingy dingy. Pull that up for the comic book nerds like me. Korvac, you're going to see this guy. We kind of already have, but let me see here. Giant Size Defenders. I don't have a D key. Giant Size Defenders 3 Key Collector. No. Yeah, Key Collector. I got confused with GoCollect.com. Here we go. Here's all of them. So, God, it took me to Avengers, not Avengers, you son of a gun. Hang on, y'all. Here we go. Giant Size Defenders 3. Going back to number 1, it's worth $45 in good shape. 2, $30. This one's worth about $300, ungraded, in nice condition. And it's a first appearance of Korvac. Now, as of April 2020, 2 inside sources have confirmed that Korvac will be in multiple upcoming Marvel projects, either a streaming project or a big screen movie. Although the sources are independent from one another and close to Marvel Studios, this is still unconfirmed until official word is released. So when the word does go down, if it is true, this book would probably go up in value, maybe reaching $1,000 mark at the key time, like right before the project is released to the public, whatever it might be. So try to get it now. You know, I would get it now if you want to collect the books to have the originals in your possession. So after Giant Size Defenders number 3 came Defenders regular issue 19 from October 17th, 1974. And there it is right there. It's the second appearance of the Wrecking Crew, as I said before. Now, here comes the first cameo appearance of Starhawk, Defenders number 27. This is only listed as a $12 book. You should get these books if you want them while they're affordable. That's why I'm featuring the low-hanging fruit initially in this series, every issue ever made segment of the Nostalgic Podblast. So let's get on with the next one, Defenders issue 21. That's from December 1973. No, I'm sorry, December 1975. First full appearance of Starhawk. Let me see when that was released to the public. Wait a second. Something ain't right here. Yeah, this book was doing better financially. It's dipped down to $35. I've got like a couple copies of this book. Dag, man. That's crazy. Now we jumped. Okay. All right. I have lost it. I don't know why. Okay. All right. That's issue 20. I know I said differently. Let me back up. Let me get to my notes, because when I get away from my notes, I make mistakes. I jumped. All right. There's issue number 20. from November 19th, 1974. The one before that was 19 from October 17th, 1974. Okay, now I'm back on track. And then 21 coming up is from December 17th, 1974. Which is here. I love that cover. Then came issue number 22 of the Defenders from January 17th, I knew the year's what threw me off. 1974. No, wait, that's 22. God, I'm messing up badly. There's issue number 22 from January 17th, 1975. And after that book, Giant Size Defenders number 4 was released to the public right here. Giant Size Defenders issue number 4 hit on Tuesday, January 28th, 1975. Next is Defenders issue number 23 from February 18th, 1975. Followed by Defenders issue number 24 from March, where's that date? 18th, 1975. March 18th, 1975. On April 15th, 1975, the Defenders issue number 25 was released to the public. Then came the Defenders Giant Size issue number 5. That's the final Giant Size issue. Giant Size was a 1974 and 1975 thing. And it sort of replaced the annuals. But I don't know why. I guess it didn't sell as well. It did initially, but they went back to doing annuals once a year in most cases, and for the big titles like Fantastic Four and Amazing Spider-Man. And Defenders only had one annual, which I'll show you later on. But there's that. And that release date was... Oh, I didn't pull that data. Let me find that. Yes, I did. Where is it? Gosh darn it. Giant Size issue number 5 is from Tuesday, April 22nd, 1975. Next was Defenders issue 26 from May 20th, 1975. Now here comes the first cameo appearance of Starhawk. I got ahead of myself earlier. There it is. That's from June 17th, 1975. Then there's the first full appearance of Starhawk. This is the one I said that's gone down a little bit ever since Guardians of the Galaxy movies concluded, featuring Starhawk in a minor supporting character role by Sly Stallone. The value is kind of dipped down, but there it is. I've got multiple copies of that book. Now we're going to get to the box, and then we'll get back to the photos that I took. So I need to change my camera shot, and we'll do this in rapid fire. All right, here we go. Hello. Here is the box that I'm pulling these books from. They're all in order. Lifting the box up for the camera. All bagged and boarded. Let's see here. So let's go. Here is issue number 29 of the Defenders. See, that's what I hate is this glare. There's a bad glare going on right now. But that's why I like to take the photos of the books. So let's see, 29. It's the second appearance of Starhawk, first cameo appearance of Alita, who becomes a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy. And the date of this book It was first released to the public on August 19th, 1975. Number 30 is here, and it was released to the public on September 16th, 1975. Can you see it? Get my camera shot up. There we go. Well, my hand was over it. Then next, these bags need to be changed. Here's issue 31 of the Defenders. Nighthawk No More. It's from October 21st, 1975. Let me look one thing up. Get rid of that. October 21st, 75. Here's issue 32 of the Defenders. From November 18th, 1975. That's a cool cover. The Secret Origin of Nighthawk. That's a good one. Issue 33 of the Defenders is here. Havoc in the Headman. Let me get the release date on this one. This book hit December 16th, 1975, in the holiday season. Can you see it? Let me get to my monitor. So don't pay attention to the date on the cover. That's 3 months ahead of real time. Oh, I have two of issue 33. Here's issue 34 of the Defenders. From January 20th, 1976, Bicentennial 1976. We got a key. The next one's a key. Let me see something. The issue 32 of Defenders, by the way. I didn't mention this. I looked at my keynotes. This one with the skeleton. That's the first appearance of Ruby Thursday. So we talked about 34. Now this next one, let me make sure you can see it good. Where's my monitor? There we go. Yeah, wow, that glare is a bear. What's that? Here's issue number 35, and this is the key. First appearance of the second Red Guardian. Look at that artwork. Isn't that cool? And Danny's stating, I've got some books in this box, like Devil Dinosaur. I'll show you towards the end. But I got to step it up time-wise because this is taking way too long. So there's Defenders issue 35. Let me look at the date on that, the release date. And it was February 1976, but let me get the actual date. It first hit newsstands and comic book spinner racks. February 17th, 1976. Here's Defenders issue number 36, Garden of Evil. All these are in really nice shape. The next key is not till issue 42, so I got to make a mental note of that. Because I got like multiple screens up here trying to bring you the facts, have this be actually 100% factual, actual factuals, I say. March 16th, 1976 is when this book is released. A long time ago. 2 copies. Number 37, which was originally released on April 20th, 1976. I love these books. I could just look at comic books all day long. I think they're so cool. I love the artwork. There's the second Red Guardian right there. Female. Ooh, this book might go up. Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts. The daughter of Red Guardian. Just saying. That's a nice copy. Okay, so let's get to issue 36. 37. Wait a minute. I mean, I have 2 37s. Good. I hope it does become a thing. I can sell one and keep one. There's that with the first appearance of the second Red Guardian. And here is issue number 38 of the Defenders. In our series, every cover ever made of this title, The Defenders. And this was released on May 18th, 1976. Defenders issue 39 was released in June of 1976 on June 15th, 1976. And these were all Tuesdays for the most part. These comics mostly were released on Tuesday, sometimes Wednesday, rarely on a Monday, but usually they were all Tuesday. Okay. And issue 40, look at this guy. Like a hate monger looking kind of guy, hooded son of a gun. That's issue number 40 of the Defenders. There's only 152 total issues of this book. Let's see. From July 20th, 1976. I have 2 copies of this one, issue 41. Issue 41. Which was released on August 17th, 1976. Now, this next one, I think, is the next key. There's the second copy. And it's this book. Let me see. Oh, I have 2 of those as well. This was released on September 21st, 1976. September 21st, 1976. And let me read the notes as to what makes this book special. First appearance of the Star of Capistan. He possesses those who behold it, and then he becomes the Red Raja. And it introduces Howard the Duck Presidential Update number 3. So that's a minor key. It's only a $12 book in mint condition. I've got a couple copies of that book right there. A couple copies of this next one too. Okay, the next key isn't until issue 46, but here's 43. Let me get the date. Defenders issue 43. Oh, damn, I hit the wrong button. Hang on, y'all. Let me tell you when this hit the street for historical significance. October 19th, 1976. And I've got two of them. So that one hit the ground and got bent up. No, it didn't, but here's the other one. Now we have issue 44 of the Defenders, which was released on November 16th, 1976. Let me grab another stack. Okay, issue number 45 of the Defenders. That's a good shot of Valkyrie. Look at my keynotes. The next one's a key. Okay, cool. A minor key. It's like a $20 book, if that. So I'm saying, I have books that are very valuable, but I want to feature the ones at first. I mean, I'm repeating myself, that you can get. If there's younger collectors out there that want to start collecting these books, I mean, books that are like 50 years old, 40 years old, 45 years old, you can get relatively inexpensively in nice condition, and they're a pretty good investment, because I think the Defenders will be something the MCU gets into, because Netflix mucked it up, and I think I think Kevin and his team could really do a great job with the Defenders. December 14th, 1976 is when this book first hit the spinner racks and the newsstands. And there it is. Oh. Now, this one I think is a key. Here's issue 46 of the Defenders. And my notes tell me that it's the first appearance of a Nick Fury life model decoy, later named Max Fury. Like Saddam Hussein would have these decoys, supposedly, allegedly. In the make-believe world, so did Nick Fury. That's pretty cool. This is just about a $20 book in nice shape. And the release date on this one was... Going as fast as I can, folks. Sorry, I need an assistant with me. January 18th, 1977, which is a Tuesday. Then came in production order and publication order. Ooh, nice. Issue 47, Moon Knight, early Moon Knight appearance. I have never read this book. I'm going to read it as soon as possible. This is from February 15th, 1977. Is it worth anything? Let's see. According to this, it's not even listed as a key. But that's a cool cover. Let me get the shot right where you guys can see it better. There's Moon Knight. There's Valkyrie. There's Hellcat, passed out, knocked out. Wonder Man, that's one of my least favorite Marvel characters. It just seems like such an unoriginal, uninspiring hero. First introduced in Avengers issue 9. Avenger versus Defender plus the mysterious Moon Knight. All this and a new costume for the Valkyrie too. An issue that truly has it all. Right. But it doesn't have any financial value yet. Here's issue 48 of the Defenders. What is the secret of Scorpio? I'm a Scorpio on the cusp, Scorpio and Sagittarius. Excuse me. November 21st, right there, because November 22nd begins the Sagittarius sign. So I'm a water sign. Let's see here. Oh, you little son of a gun. I'll tell you the release date of this book. And that is March 15th, 1977. About 6 months away from the Incredible Hulk TV movie hitting TV screens on CBS in November of 1977. Written and directed by Kenneth Johnson, who adapted The Incredible Hulk for television audiences. And he's been a guest of the Nostalgic Podblast. Here is Defenders issue number 49. Moon Knight is back. Battling the Hulk. That's not a fair fight.
Leave Hulk alone or get smashed like bugs.
And then Moon Knight says, whatever the cost, we've got to make him follow us or a defender dies. Okay, he's not fighting. He's helping Moon Knight. There's that book, issue number 49. Let's see if it has any value. Number 49, number 9. April 19th, 1977 is the release date. No, the next key is issue 52. Okay, I can relax on that. The glare is really bad. Sorry about that. Issue 50. There's Moon Knight again. I don't think I didn't even mention that he was part of the team. For a while, I guess he was part of the Defenders, the Moon Knight. But there's issue 50 of the Defenders.
Only got 102 more to go, plus an annual. I know, because I was there.
Whatever that means. This is from May 17th, 1977. Let me deal with this glare. Okay. Here's issue 51 of the Defenders. The Wrath of the Ringer. Next one's a key. Okay, I remembered that. The next one's a key. Let me tell you the release date of this book. 51, The Defenders. I didn't have time to prepare this, or I would just rattle them off really quickly. I'm going to do that next time. I'm going to have everything prepared, and I'll be on time. June 14th, 1977. All right. Issue 52 of the Defenders is here. And it first hit the public streets back on July 19th, 1977. And the key element of this book is the first appearance of Presence, a Russian scientist and father of Dark Star and Vanguard of the Winter Guard. This site, Key Collector Comics, claims it's only a $10 book in good shape, which this is. This is like a near mint copy. No creasing, no problems, no nothing. And no rust on the staples. Yep, so let's move on to the next book, which would be 53. Yeah, I said that already. July 19th, 1977. Issue 53 of the Defenders from August 17th, 1977. First appearance of Lunatic. Not spelled like you would think. It's spelled Lunatik. A fragment of Arisen Turk. All right. I'm telling you, folks, collectors, future collectors, you can get these books right now, especially in a down economy, so inexpensively. There it is. So there's that. Oh, I didn't tell you the date, did I? Issue 53. Yes, I did. August 17th, 1977. All right. I'm going to try to go quicker because the next key isn't until issue 59, according to this. So let me just tell you the date of issue 54 of the Defenders. September 20th, my dad's birthday, 1977. Then came issue 55 of the Defenders back in 1977. You know, there might be a way to do this faster so I can get caught up. That's from October 18th, 1977. Let me see if there's there is. Okay. Oh, I can do this so much quicker. And now I'll know for next time, this is going to be a dream. Okay. Make sure you got a good, clear shot of it. This is going to be cool. We're going to go quicker now. There's 55 of the Defenders. Boom, boom, boom. 56 of the Defenders. Weird shot of the Hulk there. Take a break in a minute and get to the comments. Let's see here. Trauma. Boom. Yeah, baby. Quicker. November 15th, 1977. This was just before the Incredible Hulk movie. No, just after. Let me tell you the date of the Incredible Hulk movie, which I really liked. You've probably seen it. The 2-hour movie still holds up with Dr. David Banner. Hang on. Incredible Hulk. Nope. Here it is. I watched it when I was a little kid. God dang you. Hang on a second. They had 2 movies released within 3 weeks of each other before it was a weekly series starting in March of 1978. 78 is when the weekly Friday night CBS series began. God, man. It keeps like auto-correcting. I know what I'm looking for. Don't auto-correct me or correct me. No, you son of a... Hang on, let me try one more thing. There it is. So this is kind of important, I think, in terms of pop culture history. The movie, The Incredible Hulk, hit on November 4th, 1977, just after this was published. The next TV movie was November 27th, 77. After this, same month, this book was out. And then the TV show debuted on March 10th, 1978. Funny thing is, they didn't air in production order. It was aired order by CBS. The first regular series episode was Terror in Times Square, which Kenneth Johnson, who directed the first 2-hour movie, he directed that on location in New York City. And that's one of the better episodes, even though the Hulk is running around in tennis shoes, obvious tennis shoes to protect Lou Ferrigno's feet. All right, so let me make sure you got a clear shot of this book. There you go. All right, so there's that. That was out. So just think, this was out. It's not a Hulk issue, but Hulk's in it, of course. When I get to the Hulk, I'll mention that as well. Which I have. I think I have it right here, but I'll just save it for another time. The Hulk issue that was out when the show debuted, and the movies premiered. Here is issue 57 of the Defenders. And there's Captain Marvel in her original, or Ms. Marvel in the original costume, the 1976 costume that John Buscema drew for the first issue of that book, Ms. Marvel. And the release date, oh, damn, I went the wrong way. I almost forgot my own new little shortcut. This hit on December 20th, 1977. Okay. Here's Defenders issue 58 from, I'm stalling, January 17th, 1978. Okay. Next is a key. Here is the next key, according to Key Collector website. There's books, I think, there are keys that they don't list as keys. So it's not like the bee's knees of websites in terms of pricing and facts, but they do have a lot of good information on that website that is accurate. There's number 59. Let me tell you why this book is a thing, according to Key Collector Comics. The first appearance of Bella Thouser, whatever. Minor key, only a $5 book. So, but the original price was 35 cents. So there you go. I'm sure anything graded is worth a lot more than that. And this was out, to speak Canadian, on February 14th, 1978, Valentine's Day, 78. So, move on to issue 60 of the Defenders. I hope you guys and gals can see this clearly. I don't know. Okay, now the next key isn't until issue 66, so I can take a break worrying about that website because I have all these different windows open and just focus on the date of publication. Day of the Demons. Good Lord. Day of the Demons. And this book, Defenders issue 60, is from March 21st, 1978. That's right around when the Hulk show was debuting on CBS that month. Oh, this is a cool cover. It's a Spider-Man cover featuring Lunatic and the Secret of Spider-Man statue. And there's Hellcat caught in Spidey's web. And this is from April 18th, 1978. Isn't that cool? And what I hate about people, that's a strong word. What I dislike about people that are not comic book people is they assume that these are like written on the level of a Saturday morning cartoon. They're not. These are written for adults. And I mean, people die in these books. There's real issues that are tackled, social issues. Stan Lee saw to that. Here's issue 62 of the Defenders. We're going to try to hurry along here. And this publication date was May 16th, 1978. 4 days before my mama's birthday. No, what am I saying? 14 days after my mama's birthday. All right, so there's that. I sound like Bobby on Dallas. Have you ever watched the old show Dallas? Patrick Duffy? JR. Pop. Mama says we don't talk business when there's supper on the table or something like that. He sounds like such a fool when he says that line. It's a bad, stupid line is what it is. Bad dialogue. We don't discuss business. Mama says we don't talk business when there's supper on the table. July 4th, Valentine's Day, Independence Day, 1978 was when Defenders issue 63 was released. They had two out in the same month. Wow. July 25th, 78 saw the release of the Defenders issue 64. The Defenders issue 64, which is here. Two in the same month. How about that? July 25th, 1978. Here comes 65, and then the next key. That's an interesting cover. Oh, damn. 65. This is from August 29th, 1978. The day the running stopped in 1967 for The Fugitive. William Conrad. That was that part of that classic narration. Have it on 60mm film with the original ads. I got to somehow put some of that on YouTube without getting in trouble. The Judgment Parts 1 and 2. Tuesday, August 29th, the day the running stopped. I could do a William Conrad impression on the pipes, but there it is. So there's 65. Next is the next key. The next key comic book. And it's a nice shape, like most of these are. There's the cover. Let me see why this is a thing, a mini thing. The release date was October 5th, 1978. And Key Collector tells us it's the first appearance of, I can't pronounce these names. Okay, a different Valkyrie. We'll just leave it at that. Svava, Zava. Something's got to be silent there. Zava, a.k.a. otherwise known as Rosvesa, a Valkyrie. Okay, she's a Valkyrie. If Valkyrie is here, can the Hulk be far behind? Okay, only a $10 book. So buy it now while you can, on the cheap. Next key isn't until 84. Cool, I can relax on that. Let me just tell you about the date of this book. which was October 17th, 1978, just before Halloween. There it is. War in the Land of the Dead. Coward! Defenders! In Valhalla, we fight for all eternity! Here's issue 68 of the Defenders. When Falls the Mountain. Published on November 14th, 1978. Ooh, damn. Defenders issue 69. Whoops. 69 from my screen fell. December 12th, 1978. Okay. Get a fresh stack. Whoa, you stay right there. Okay, I'm talking to comic books like a psycho, inanimate objects. Okay, there's Defenders issue 70. Stop, Hulk! Lunatic is finished! Wrong, Doctor Strange! You're finished! And that was published on January 23rd, 1979. Issue 71 of the Defenders from my sister's birthday, February 20th, 1979. Danger in a Strange Land. Cool monster cover. Next is issue 72 of the Defenders. More monsters. And now, starring the Hulk, Marvel's TV sensation. Because the ratings were through the roof for CBS with the Incredible Hulk. I'll tell you a story. You know how She-Hulk came along? Stan Lee came out of retirement to write She-Hulk 1 and create the character. Reason being, Universal, of course, had, before the Hulk was on TV, the $6 Million Man. Based on the novel Cyborg by Martin Caidin, which Kenneth Johnson had written a story and created a character named the Bionic Woman, a spinoff. Jamie Summers, Steve Austin's high school sweetheart, 4 years as junior. They went to the same school. He robbed the cradle. He was a senior. She was a freshman, yada, yada, yada. Well, what happened was they spun off the show. It was a new character, and they sold all these toys, Kenner toys, based on the Bionic Woman. They were mega successful before Star Wars. Same, Kenner did the Star Wars toys later, too. So the thought was that if the TV people create a Lady Hulk before we publish one, they will own the rights to that character. They will get the merchandising money. So there was a race to create, or a sense of urgency to create, a female Hulk. And that's exactly what happened in 1979 during the third season of The Incredible Hulk on television. She-Hulk hit newsstands. So that's the origin of that. It was all about money, and they wanted to have the rights to the merchandising or potential merchandising. And then, of course, when Star Wars hit, all those Bionic shows were you know, kids were focused on outer space, not on, you know, all that was just old hat, man, after Star Wars blasted on the movie screens on May 25th, 77 in limited release, and in June, early June 77, everywhere else. And it put all these movies pretty much out of business. Like, wow, Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo was released in June of 77. It couldn't compete with Star Wars. Smokey and the Bandit got blown out by Star Wars. They thought that would be the number one. It was a number 2 movie that year. Spy Who Loved Me, James Bond, the first movie with Jaws, Richard Kiel, that same summer of 77. I mean, all these big movies were out, but Star Wars, of course, blew everyone out of the water at the box office. So that's issue 72. I didn't mention the release date yet. I'll tell you now. March 27th, 79. And here's issue 73 of the Defenders. This is from April 24th, 1979. Shadow of the Wizard King. Here's issue 74 of the Defenders. Fools Rush In. That was a good movie. Unrelated to this book, but that was a good movie. This is from May 22nd, 1979. Look at my key collector thing. Yeah, 84. Okay, I'm good. Okay. Two copies of this, issue 75 of the Defenders.
And don't come back. This is the end of the Defenders.
And don't come back, it says. June 26th, 1979. There's the other copy. These have not been looked at in a while. Issue 76 of the Defenders from July 24th, 1979. At last, the Omega Saga. Here's issue 77. Oh, did I mention the air date? See, I'm so used to TV. I did not. Goofball. So that previous issue I just showed, I'm not going to get. I already put it back in the box. It's from August 28th, 79. This next one issue. Wait a minute. What? Here's 77. Okay, there's 77, August 79. And again, they keep plugging the Hulk's TV show, starring the Hulk. Marvel's TV sensation. Waiting for the end of the world. End of the world as we know it. And I feel fine, right? There's that. And the publication, not 77. Yeah, 77 G's. Okay, I already said that. I'm going to repeat myself while I'm holding it up, though. August 28th, 1979. Correcto Mundo. The next one is issue 78. The Hulk, Submariner, Doctor Strange, at last exploding into the tunnel world. The return of the original Defenders. Almost said Avengers. I did say it and I caught myself. From September 25th, 1979. Make sure you can see it well enough. Yeah, that was a damn glare. Nice cover. I like covers that have black as a primary background cover are tough because they show every imperfection of the comic book, but I think they look really cool. There's that. Here's number 79 of the Defenders. On an alien world, the Defenders lie helpless before an army of evil. That's a direct copy. See how the UPC symbol's crossed out? And this was out originally on October 23rd, 1979. On November 27th, 1979, we saw issue number 80 hit the newsstands. It's right here. That's a cool cover. No dialogue, no dialogue balloons, no mention. It just it's intriguing. You know, the action makes you want to pick it up and buy this comic book. stack. Oh, I have two of them. Issue 81. Hulk's like on a crucifix. Stay back, Submariner. The Hulk is doomed, and we can do nothing to save him. Whoa. 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 Ricky, look. This is from Christmas Day 1979 with a crucifix cover. Wow. Christmas Day 1979. Let me hold that up for another minute, another second or two. That's cool. Issue 82 of the Defenders. Wizard Death. From January 22nd, 1980. This one's from February 26th, 1980. Defenders issue 83. Duel in a Demon's Dark Mind. Rich Buckler and Joseph Rubinstein artwork. On that cover, kind of a cool cover. Defenders issue 84. Hulk versus Submariner Battle Royal. No E at the end, so I can't say Royale. Battle Royal. From March 25th, 1980. Issue 85 of the Defenders. April 22nd, 1980. That was a Tuesday. Panther's Peril. Defenders issue number 86. Oh, I mean, look at my key collector. I probably passed it by. 84. Oh, that was a good one. Let me go back. Shit. Son of a bitch. Excuse my language. Family show. We got to go back. This has almost $100. This is $100 book. First battle of Namor and Prince Namor, the Submariner, and Black Panther. Atlantis and Wakanda are brought to the brink of war, but war is averted. Damn. So this one's worth more, according to Key Collector, than many books I've seen lately. I didn't even notice the Black Panther right there. I've never read it. Okay. Whoopsie daisy. And mine's a nice shape, newsstand. Good, good. All right. The next key book, I need to make a note. Hopefully it's not for a while. It was 89. Okay, 89. Where am I? 86. 86. Let me get the air date. Air date, I did it again. The release date, May 27th, 1980. Okay. Defenders issue 87. This is from June 24th, 1980. And notice this little contest. This Marvel comic book could be worth $2,500 to you. And I should have pointed out the first issue to have the UPC symbol. Let me just back it up. I'm not going to go back. Don't, just take a sec. I'm going to note for you what that issue was. It's important. Okay. It's right here. Okay. Look here. The last issue that didn't have a UPC symbol obstructing the artwork was Defenders issue number 35. And then the next one, 36, all of a sudden, bam, there's a UPC symbol. Okay, I just wanted to mention that. That's important, and that always gets overlooked. And I have two of the copies, 2 copies of the first UPC symbol of that title, The Defenders. Okay. Hang on. Let me put this back real quick. Okay, here we go. All right, where was I? All right, 88. Right here. Defenders issue number 88. Win a Toys R Us shopping spree. Key is 89, yeah. Okay. And then this book was out on July 22nd, 1980. This next one's a key. I don't know how significant it is. It's from August 26th, 1980. Ooh, nice condition. A Death in the Family, it says. Let me look at my keynotes and make sure you can see it. You're what's important here, the viewer. But there's that. And the notes say, from Key Collector, origin of Hellcat. Patsy Walker, specifically, I said Patsy Cline earlier. She sang the song Crazy. Oh, God. Okay. Anyway, the origin of Hellcat, Patsy Walker, specifically her long history in Marvel's romance comics, explained as fictional stories written by her mother. Profanity panel. A cartoon rabbit is holding a box of cereal with the word shit on it that was missed by editors. Let's find that. And this is only an $8 book, but let's stop the tape. Not stop the tape, but let's stop this and find that. You got to be kidding. All right. I got to make sure that's not a bunch of hooey. I doubt it is. Ooh, what a nice copy, though. Look, I mean, there's nothing wrong with this book. I wish I could take them all. I had the time to take them out of the shiny plastic. You can see them so much better. But I don't want to get like greased. Let me find this rabbit really quickly. Hopefully it'll just pop right up. There's the opening. Look at Bruce Banner reverted back from the Hulk. A rabbit that says shit. Why would they put that on there? Hang on. I should have, if I'd known that, I would have taken a photo of it, and it'd be so much easier. I could just zoom on it and show you a lot faster and a lot clearer. Should be easy for me to spot a rabbit. I have a pet bunny rabbit. Hang on. Well, I've not seen it. I've not seen it so far. A rabbit that says shit. Oh, there it is. There's the rabbit. It's on the TV. All right, okay. There's the panel. Oh, it's going to be so hard unless you're looking on TV. It is holding a box, and the box does say shit. It's right there. Let me see it to get as close as I can. Maybe on the other camera, let me try the other camera. It's not that interesting, I know. And I don't want to go and take up too much time. And I don't want to damage the book. Wow, it sure does say shit. No, it's too blurry. It's too blurry. Yeah, you saw it. I think it got overlooked because I should have been switched to this. No, that's right. I lost my mind. Okay. I should have been switched to this camera. It's going to say, I forgot I'm holding them up. I'm not showing the photos anymore. Okay. Whatever. All right, so there's that book. That's an interesting little piece of trivia. I guess it was a commentary on the sugar content of sugary breakfast cereals for kids by the writer of that book. All right, so let me go now to the next book, which is issue number 90. September 23rd, 1980 saw the release of Defenders issue number 90, which is right here. Then there was issue 91 of the Defenders. I'm going to stop at 100 and get caught up on the chat. I see some remarks have come through. If anyone's still out there. Now, I know this is like terribly boring, but this is a historical, not a Podblast per se. This is a historical documentation of every issue ever made of the Defenders. Let me see the date of publication, which is of this book, October 28th, 1980. This is a cool cover. I love Eternity. That's a character from Doctor Strange and Strange Tales, first introduced in Strange Tales. Hey, what happened? Oh, that's a cool cover. It doesn't show me. Hold on, y'all. The date of that. This is a new one on me. February. All right, wait a second. November 25th, 1980. There's a glitch on the website. This is from November 25th, 1980. What the hell happened here? Wait a second. Isn't it? Well, that blows. Hang on a second. That's a cool cover, though. Let me go off of there and go to this. What I was doing was hitting next issue, and there was a glitch on this website. Hang on, Defenders 93. This is my cheat sheet. All right, come on, you little bugger. All right, and now we're in business. Okay, there's that. Then December 23rd, 1980. Okay, there's that. December 23rd, 1980, Defenders issue 93, Hulk versus Submariner. The next one is a key. And that is Defenders number 94, first appearance of Gargoyle. Hellcat is transformed into a demon. It's only a $20 book, but let me tell you the release date, which is good. It's working again. January 20th, 1981. Here's issue 95 of the Defenders. Next key isn't until issue 103. And that'll be after our break. All right, the date of this book's publication is coming up. February 24th, 1981. And then you had Defenders issue 96 from March 24th, 1981. With the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider. Cool cover. I bought this one off the rack. Stop and Go. Marietta, Georgia. There's issue number 1 of the Defenders. 97, I mean, not number 1. Issue number 97 of the Defenders. Menace of the Messiah. This is from April 21st, 1981. I have 2 copies of it. This is a cool cover. Issue 98 of the Defenders from May 19th, 1981. Right there. Man-Thing Possessed. That is a group. God, that's a cool cover. Cool monster cover. I love it. May 19th, 1981. And then number 99, number 9. June 16th, 1981. The Final Conflict. They were in theaters was The Omen Part 3 Final Conflict with Sam Neill playing Satan himself, President of the United States. And that was before Jurassic Park. Long before, like 12 years at least before, 12, 13 years before Jurassic Park when it was shot. But yeah, there's issue number 99. Did I say the air date? I did it again. The publication date? Yes, I did. June 16th, 81. And finally, we had issue number 100, which is a double-sized issue. And I have a direct copy and a newsstand copy. This is from July 21st, 1981. And it's a double-sized issue. And there's the newsstand copy, and then there's a direct copy. Direct copies went to comic book shops, and these went to newsstands, comic book racks, and the like. So it's harder to find these copies in good condition because generally, like, the public mistreated them, little kids and whatnot. The stock person bent the books. But comic book shop owners put them on a shelf, and they were just kept in good shape. If they saw someone messing with the books inappropriately, you know, the shop owner generally would say, hey, get away from there. So we're going to take a break. That's issue 100 of the Defenders. I'm going to look at some comments. Let's see if there's any, let's see how long we've gone. Almost 3 hours. Oh my goodness gracious. But I got to finish them. Let's start with a little poll here. I'm not going to play a video per se. But by the way, I'm going to plug this. I've been airing on the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. If you're watching a Chance Acting demo, this Space Giants, 10 years ago or so, I edited the Space Giant using all the English translated elements I could find from 16 millimeter film and Beta Max tapes, VHS tapes, and the like. And I tried to present these like they originally ran on WTCG, WTBS, Superstation 17, Atlanta, Georgia. So once a week, I'm uploading 2 to 3 episodes. I know I'm late. I did the first 5 episodes to start in 2 YouTube videos. And, you know, so far, I think a couple thousand have watched each video. And I know that'll grow, and it's cool. I mean, it's in the public domain, so I'm not in danger of any copyright strikes or anything like that. And it's nostalgia, and it's from Japan, filmed in 1966. Here's the bad guy trying to take over the Earth. Rodak! Goa in Japan was the character's name. And this is what the actor looked like unmasked, who played Rodak. There's another shot of him later in life with his alter ego on the right. And here's how Goldar looked unmasked. The hero, a 50-foot robot. In the unaired pilot, which I have, which I will put on YouTube, you see his face throughout. And they decided to add a mask for the aired version of episode 1. So please check out the Space Giant. Excuse me, I just burped into the mic. If you like Godzilla, if you like Japanese live action shows, these were the original Transformers, the original Power Rangers from the mid to late 1960s. There's only 52 half-hour episodes. There is a resolution to the ongoing plot and storyline. Spoiler alert, good triumphs over evil in the end. And Rodak obviously is the evil seen on the left of your screen. So I just wanted to plug that. Also, I have a little poll now. We're going to change subject. Usually I have the nostalgic treat of the week. And I will talk about this more later. I have a question for you. Which is more nostalgic for you? What did you like to snack on after school when you're a kid? Now we know these aren't so healthy. They're loaded with fat and calories and sugar. But when we were kids and we could burn that stuff off swimming in the pool or riding on our bikes or racing other kids or playing games, football, softball, we ate these big time. We're talking about snack cakes. Which was your favorite? Little Debbie snack cakes or Hostess snack cakes? That's the question we're going to talk about next time on the Podblast. But one of the little nostalgic topics, it's going to be Little Debbie versus Hostess. You tell me which is nostalgic for you, particularly if you're a Gen Xer or any age. I'm not going to be an ageist here. I'm not going to discriminate based on age. So there's that. Now, I'm going to get caught up on the chat. Let me find a video we can watch, a friendly video that's sort of on topic, a comic book related video. I was saving some of these for a next time we do every issue ever made of a comic book series, but let me just go ahead and play some now. Yeah, let's watch this one.
The Incredible Hulk meets Spider-Man. Each figure a foot tall and fully posable.
All you need is a piece of string, and here comes Spider-Man.
Avalanche! This is a job for the Hulk.
The Incredible Hulk with a face that's mean, lots of muscle and skin that's green. Superhero Hulk.
Good job, handsome.
The Incredible Hulk and Spider-Man from the Superhero Collection, each sold separately by Mego.
Joe Gutfeld asked, what is the difference between the Defenders and the Avengers? Rewind the tape. I covered all that. I can't get into it again. Just basically, in terms of reality, the Avengers were out in July of 1963, and then the Defenders came along 8 years later. That's how you know. And it's a different group of heroes. But I talked about all of that extensively, my friend up there in New York. Keebler said goodnight to Tracy, and thank you again, Tracy, for your kind super chat. She donated a little bit to the channel to help with expenses, and that was very kind of you. You're the first to do that, but My Flock did too. My Flock bought a membership, which I do offer some exclusive content on Chance Acting Demo. I promised 3 classic commercials. I need to post those for her because she bought a membership there, and she bought a super sticker. So I must say thanks also to My Flock is Everywhere, Sarah in Southern California for that. But Tracy holds not the record, but she made history, at least to me, being the first person to do a super chat. So thank you for that. Very cool. Very nice of you. And good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Jerry Dobson says, you said my name wrong. My name Jerry. How do you put G-E-R and bear together? You have Gerber. Yeah, a little nostalgic humor from Jerry. Cool cover, said Danny, about something I held up. How about those Mets? Yeah. Well, the Braves will be back and healthy next year. You're aging me. I was 11 in 1975. Yeah, you're a bit older than me, Jerry. Devil Dinosaur? Yes. In this Defenders box, they're all alphabetical order in my collection. I have some Devil Dinosaur books I'll show you. Hello, says Lobo. Jerry Dobson, I was 12 in 1976. All right. Danny Staten said, Devil Dinosaur, is that the Red Godzilla guy by Jack Kirby from the 1970s? Yes, sir, it is. And I have all the issues. I'll show some of them. That's one I'm going to feature down the line, though, in every issue ever made on the Nostalgic Podblast. Danny Staten said, I was late. Did you explain the difference between the Defenders and the Avengers? I sure did. And you do not want me to, I've already gone 3 hours. You don't want me to, just on the replay, I covered it very, very extensively. I need to really know in a nutshell, there's no Tony Stark in the Defenders. The Hulk, though, was in the Avengers originally in the first 3 issues, and then he became a Defender. So the Hulk has the distinction and the honor of being on both teams at one point in time. The Defenders to me was like Mission Impossible to me. Same show, but the team was always changing. Yes, and I covered the complete history of the Defenders. Yep, you sure are aging me, says Jerry Dobson. Tommy Davis, yep, do you remember me? Yeah, I do. You're from Flat Earth Jamie's crew. Yep, and I know you very well, Tommy. I've got 1 or 2 Punishers. That's cool. Thanks for tuning in, Tommy, and happy belated birthday to you. Bobby from Dollars, LOL. He was the man from Atlantis too. Bobby from Dallas, yeah, because I said, Mama don't like, JR, Mama don't like business talked when there's dinner on the table. Yeah, and he was the man from Atlantis prior to Dallas. Oh, and I found The Deep, Marvel Comics adaptation. Damn, I meant to pull that for you. I'll do it another time, Danny. You'd love that book, based on the Jacqueline Bisset 1977 hit The Deep. Wasn't as financially successful as Jaws from Steven Spielberg a couple years prior, but that's a good movie. And I like the longer version that ABC TV aired that they released on Blu-ray, the extended cut, deleted scenes. Good movie. And Lou Gossett Jr. was in there as the villain in The Deep. Okay, so 79, cool cover of The Defenders. All right, so now I know where we're at in terms of the comments related to real time. Danny says, if you're a comic book guy, this isn't boring. Well, thank you for saying that. It feels boring to me. Like I try to put my show into the eyes of the viewer and the ears of the listener, and it just seemed kind of monotonous. Little Debbie for sure, over hostess. Good. That's your vote. Very cool. Keebler says, go hit the super chat and be Chance's member. Chance acting demo. Thanks. I'm going to add memberships here too to the Podblast. Haven't yet. I don't want to go all corporate all at once. You know what I'm saying? Danny Staten said, I actually used to have the Deep movie comic book. Okay, so you know the one I'm talking about. I like that comic book and certainly the movie even better. Keebler says, I've been listening, trying to multitask, get things done for the weekend drops. Okay, cool. Well, thank you, Keebs. Now we can get back on with the book. So we've only got 52 more to go, if my math is correct, 52, 53, something like that. So I'm going to try to knock this out and not go quite 4 hours. So let's go back to where I was. I can put my name back up. I'm Chance Bartels of the Nostalgic Podblast. I come from a family of comic book lovers. There's my mom with an Action Comics, early Superman with my grandma. There's my aunt with a Whiz Comics featuring Shazam! So it's in my blood, I guess, loving these comic books. So you're watching every issue ever made of the Defenders. And I've already covered Ghost Rider Volume 2 and Marvel Feature and Marvel 2-in-1 last time. I do this every other week on Friday Night Live. So let's get back to issue 101. That's where I left off, but I have a couple other photos. Okay. I didn't go cover this. I meant to cover the Defenders Annual #1, which is right here. That's from Tuesday, August 3rd, 1976. I forgot to do that, but there's that one. That's the only annual. There were 5 giant-sized books. I've already shown those. That's the only annual from 76, the year Jerry Dobson was born. I'm kidding. He wishes, right? Danny Staten, my brother-in-law collects nautical comic books. I traded him the Deep for a cold check, The Night Stalker meets Frankenstein. That sounds like a good trade. That's a really good trade. You came out well with that. Okay, so now back to issue 101. 103 is the next key. So there's only 152 of these books. So let me get down on it and get to issue 101, released August 18th, 1981. It's a Silver Surfer cover. Now, in my opinion, this is not the best era of the Defenders in terms of the artwork, and the stories weren't bad, but the artwork, no offense, I don't mean to knock down someone that's creative, but Alan Milgram and the like, he was not the best artist in my opinion. I mean, no disrespect to him or his kin, but there's a Silver Surfer cover, which are usually epic, and this one certainly is not that epic in my opinion. Oh, well. That's an Al Milgram cover. But there's issue 101. Here's issue 102. Mind Games, another Milgram mess. I didn't say that. Someone in the Marvel Comics Facebook group, Marvel Comics 1961 to 1986 is the name of the group. He always would post an Alan Milgram cover in jest, and he would call it a Milgram mess. And there were a lot of Incredible Hulk covers by Alan Milgram. I don't want to be mean like that. I mean, but I just think that I did get a kick out of that. I thought that was a funny little jab, Milgram mess. So I did it again. The publication date of Defenders issue 102. Let's go back in time, shall we, to September 15th, 1981. And there it is. Here's the next key from October 20th, 1981. Defenders issue number 102. And let's learn together. Oh, it's a cool little haunted cover. The Haunting, good for Halloween, but it's from October 20th, 81. Hence, it's a Halloween issue. And it says the first appearance of Null, the Living Darkness. It's a minor key. This isn't a very valuable book, but all first appearances have potential because the MCU is definitely looking at the source material for the Disney Plus streaming series and the big screen movies and every phase that comes along with the Marvel production. So you never know. That's why, especially when one is very inexpensive, it's a first appearance, scoop that up if you're a collector or an investor. And I don't like to give tips to investors because they're not real comic book people. I'm a real comic book fan. And, so that's just me being a purist, but I will give tips to collectors all day long. There's issue 104 of Defenders. Let me look at what the next key is. I need to look out for 107. Okay, 107. Note to self, 107. Nice skull cover. Okay, 107. So this book, Defenders 104, first was offered to the public on November 17th, 1981. A few days from my birthday, November 21st. There you go. There's that. And it says, the non-team faces a fearful fate in a far-flung dimension. That's a tongue twister and a half, boy. The non-team faces a fearful fate in a far-flung dimension. Guest starring Wonder Man and the Beast. Come on, Defenders, we've got to save my wife from those demons. Come on, man, you got to save my wife from those demons. I didn't do that very well. It was a bad acting, bad take there. Didn't sound pretty real. All right, so there's issue 105 coming up from December 15th, 1981. And if you notice, the price changed. I should have noted the price changes. It doesn't. I can't go back, but 103, the last key, the Haunted was the first 60-cent cover. It was 50 cents before that. Okay, enough said. Now they're 60 cents. The cost of paper was going up a lot since the 1970s and really the late 1960s. That's why you saw, because the comics were like 10 cents for a long time and then 12 cents for a long time. And then they just seemed to go up really rapidly after that point in time, from 15 cents, 20 cents, 25 cents, 30 cents, 35 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents, 75 cents, $1, and so on and so on and so on. Went up a lot. Rapidly. There's issue 106 of the Defenders. Tell you the next one's a key. Tell you the date of release. Ooh, getting into 1982. On January 19th, 1982, this book hit the street. And that's a copy I bought off of the rack. Okay, here's a key, 107, and the date of this book being released is February 16th, 1982, or was February 16th, 1982. First appearance of Mistress Love, a cosmic entity and antithesis to Master Hate. That's a minor key. First appearance, though. Oh. Grab a stack, grab a stack, grab a stack, stack. The next copy, or next issue is a key, also issue 108. First appearance of Brunhilde in her own body after centuries under control of Enchantress. Okay, well, let me tell you the publication date of this issue, Defenders 108, and that would be March 16th, 1982. Put it closer to the camera so you can see it better. Trouble in Paradise. There's that. Oh, I have two of them. Good. There's the other copy. Then we had issue 109. There's Spider-Man. This is a terrible cover artistically. It's not good. Valkyrie's Vengeance. It's just not good. Look up the date of this one, and that is April 13th, 1982. I've got two of that one too. A newsstand and a direct copy. Next is issue 110 of the Defenders from May 18th, 1982. Hunger. And my stomach was growling right on cue. I don't know if the mic picked it up. Devil Slayer fights for his very soul. Do not miss Hunger. $111. To the Devil, a Daughter. Oh, shoot. Let me look at my key list. Oh, next one's a key. Good. I got lucky on that one. Oh, a good key. It's got relatively pretty good value. The next one. Let me tell you the publication date of this issue, Defenders issue 111. This is one of the ones I bought off the rack, new. June 15th, 1982. The next one, Defenders 113, from July 13th, 1982. Let me go get it. Is a key. First appearance of Power Princess. Newsstand copy. First appearance of Power Princess, member of the Squadron Supreme. First appearance of Arcana Jones, a sorceress, later becomes Moonglow. And the first appearance of Nuke, a member of the Squadron Supreme. So there's 3 first appearances in this book. About a $50 book. $50 book. Okay. Now we've got issue 113 of the Defenders to contend with. Let me look at my key list and see. But first I'll tell you the publication date of this book, which was August 17th, 1982. Let me look at my list here. We don't have a key till 123. Perfect. Good. It just makes it easier. I can cover some ground here quickly. All right, there's that one. Issue 114 of the Defenders. There's only 152 total issues of this book, of volume 1 of the Defenders. So this hit the public on September 14th, 1982. Defenders, issue 114. Here's Defenders issue number 115 from October 19th, 1982. It looks like Alice in Wonderland type scenario. Here, there, everywhere. What does it say? The weirdest adventure ever, as the Defenders take a very wrong turn. There's the hairy beast, the beast. There's Valkyrie. There's Gargoyle. There's Prince Namor, the Submariner. And there it is, issue 115. I have 2 copies, a direct and a newsstand. Here's issue 116, a newsstand copy, if you will. Not if you will, it is. And this is from wicked cover, November 16th, 1982, shortly before my birthday on November 21st. Big freaking whoop. And then we had on December 14th, 1982, issue 117 of the Defenders. Overmind. Then issue 118 of the Defenders. Originally out on January 18th, 1983. Then on February 15th, 1983, the next issue was released. Defenders issue 119. Marvel superheroes battle side by side against each other. Okay. About to get to the new Defenders era. Here's issue 120 of the Defenders. $123 is the next key. So there's 120. From March of 1982, specifically March 15th, 1983. 83. I want to have two, a direct and a newsstand. Defenders 121, April 12th, 1983. Look at that demon. Defenders issue 122. It would look like Mittelplick or something right there. A DC villain of Superman. I don't know. Next one's a key. Okay, let me just tell you the date. This is from May 17th, 1983. Now the next book is a key. It's not that valuable though. But it's notable. Cool cover too. This is a better cover. Wow. Was it Brett Blevins, I think, drew that? I like his art. No, Al Williamson? I got to look that up. All right, it's the first appearance of Cloud, a nebula that took human form. What if the Cloud, like the Apple Cloud, became humanoid, like in Star Trek, the motion picture, became like a living entity with all the knowledge and all the photos and all the videos and all the porn? I'm kidding. That'd be weird. Financial records, everything. First appearance also of Sarah, but spelled S-E-R-A-P-H. How about that, Sarah in Southern California? She doesn't like the biblical version of the spelling of her first name, Sarah, S-A-R-A-H. She gets irritated. She likes hers, S-A-R-A. Anyway, first appearance of Cloud, first appearance of Sarah. It's a key. Not a big key, so get it now if you want to. It's first appearances. And the date this hit was June 14th, 1983. Let me see what my next key is. 125, certainly. Yeah, the first new Defenders. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't want to telegraph what I'm going to talk about next, but I just did. There's that. Okay. We're starting to hum along here. Issue 124. I like this cover by Bill. Let me just get the date. My goal is to have the most historically accurate and thorough live stream ever about the Defenders Marvel comic book series, Volume 1. July 19th, 1983 is when this was first published. Now, we're getting to the new Defenders. August 16th, 1983. So hang on a second here. Yep. August 16th, 1983. Let me show you. I'm just going to look at my monitor and make sure you can see this book. Yeah, better. There we go. I wasn't really in frame. There's that. Oh, and I have this one. I took a photo of this, so let's pull that up right now. There. This is the new era. The New Defenders. I love that painted cover. It's just really, really, really cool, I think. I like that. Nice cover. And it's a newsstand cover. That's from my collection. I took that photo just before I went on the air. These covers are nice coming up. A lot of painted covers. And by the way, thanks, Danny Staten, for giving me a buzz. Let me know that there was no audio earlier. I accidentally muted myself. That's weird. I don't know how the hell I did that. I got a comment here. Oh. Fat Comic Book Guy. He's plugging. That's a cool channel that I think that's Danny Staten's one of his many YouTube channels about comic books. Fat Comic Book Guy. He linked it in the chat. So anyone watching on the replay, give him a sub. Subscribe to his channel if you'd be so kind. He posts all sorts of good stuff. All right, now back to the show of these covers. And we're going to get to, I guess we're not going to do trivia. I'm sorry. I'm sure he's gone to bed, Mr. Gutfeld out there in New York State. There's issue 126 of the Defenders. I'll do trivia next week. I promise. I did that last time I did an actual Podblast. And I'm so sorry I got to Friday the 13th and then all sorts of like technical things happened. So, and that threw me off. Today I got thrown off too by my mic apparently not working, or I muted myself, or the audio levels weren't right. I saw that comment by K Munin and I panicked. Inside, I panicked. I'm like, oh crap, I can't start this over. All right, well, here's issue 126. Let me not get sidetracked because we're moving at a good clip here. And the home stretch, and we're in the home stretch and the finish line's in sight. September 13th, 1983. Okay. Got my keys. Just the keys, please. All right, 131's not the next key. Okay. Note to self. All right, so the next one, damn. Beware. It's Assistant Editors Month. They did all sorts of joke covers, and like David Letterman was on the cover of the Avengers. Of course, drawn. It wasn't a photo or anything. But this was kind of a funny gag month of all sorts of bizarre things that happened, like Aunt May becoming the Herald of Galactus and Marvel Team Up on the cover. Weird stuff like that. This was out October 18th, 1983. So Halloween month, 83, they had all these gags. And look how they drew Angel. I thought at first glance it was Boy George. But it's not. But it looked like Boy George to me. I don't know. Call me nuts. Beware, it's Assistant Editors Month. Don't say we didn't warn you. And for some reason, I have two copies and they're both direct. So it's not like newsstand and a direct. I don't know why I have two of those, but I do. Danny State's probably thinking, hey, I got a great idea. Every time you got a double, why don't you give it away? Do a contest. I should do that. I'm going to start. It's just the problem is the shipping, and I need my shipping of boxes for comics for sales on eBay. You know, I need shipping, but I'll do that. It's not that I'm being tight. I just need to order a bunch of shippers. And I took a picture of this cover. This is one of my favorite covers of the New Defenders. And it's right here. This is issue number 128 of the Defenders, or the New Defenders. I love that cover. And my brother-in-law does too, Josh. I remember he made a comment, or he saw an ad for this. They did an ad. They did like a Marvel House ad for this cover showing that image, and he just thought that was really cool. I remember that. Just a vague memory, my brother-in-law. Let me just tell you the release date of this here book. Doesn't it look pretty? Looks pretty. And I do the photos. It looks good. November 15th, 1983. That's a good looking cover. Next issue, 129 from December 13th, 83 is coming right up. And there it is. Okay, now try to pick up the pace. I can see the finish line. I can see the horizon of it. Issue 130. This girl reminds me of my friend Kate Johnson. She kind of resembles that. Kate looks prettier than that. But there's Valkyrie, a nice painted cover of Valkyrie, newsstand edition. And the original release date of this issue of the New Defenders was January 17th, 1984. George Orwell warned us about that year, didn't he? But nothing happened. Maybe he was off by 40 years.
What are you saying?
All right, now here's issue 131. I think this is a key. I'm near where I need to pay attention to the keys. Yeah, first appearance of Walrus, a former cab driver altered by an experiment. Minor key, doesn't have a whole lot of value, but it is a first appearance, so you should know about that. Publication date was February 14th, Valentine's Day, 1984. New Defenders issue 132. Valkyrie, Moondragon, Gargoyle right there. The date of this one was March 20th, 1984. Next one is a key. First cameo appearance of Manslaughter. Right there, Manslaughter. And this is from April 17th, 1984. There's only 152 issues of this book, so we're getting it. We're getting it. We're getting it done. Thanks to everyone that hung in through the whole bloody show. May 15th, 1984 saw the release of issue 134 of The Defenders, seen right here. And this is the first full appearance of Manslaughter. Next key isn't until 138. Then came the New Defenders issue number 135, seen here. Newsstand copy from my collection, June 12th, 1984. Kind of a demonic cover. Issue 136 of the New Defenders. First seen on July 17th, 1984. Oh boy. All right. 137 of the New Defenders, or Defenders as it were. August 14th, 1984 was the date on that book. Now, here's another key. Here's issue 138 of the Defenders. First published on September 18th, 1984. And what's special about this book is the first appearance of Dragon of the Moon, the offspring of Set, like sunset, set. First appearance of Dragon of the Moon, the offspring of Set. On October 16th, 1984, issue 139 of the New Defenders hit the street. And there it is. Here's issue 140 of the New Defenders. From November 13th, 1984. Issue 141 from December 18th, 1984. Make sure you can see that clearly. #142 of the New Defenders. From January 15th, 1985. Hope you can't hear that clicking. Next one's a key. Key book. First appearance of the Runner, an elder of the universe who held the Time Infinity Gem taken by Thanos. And it's the first appearance of Andromeda, daughter of Atuma, disguised as a human named Andrea. And the release date of this particular book was February 12th, 1985. Pardon my glare. Oh, interesting cover. Issue 144 of the New Defenders. From March 19th, 1985, which was a Tuesday. Here's 145 of the New Defenders out of 152. And this one's from April 16th, 1985. Another painted cover. This is a key. Here's issue 146 of the New Defenders, or the Defenders, if you will. First appearance of Andromeda in Atlantean Warrior Battle gear. Big whoop. And this was out for the first time on May 14th, 1985. Getting near the end of the Defenders run. There's issue 147, kind of a cool painted cover, somewhat patriotic. And this is from June 18th, 1985. #148 of the New Defenders from July 16th, 1985. Oops. #149 of the New Defenders out of 152. Stomach just growled again. I'm going to make a nice little snack after the stream ends. And this book was first released to the public on August 13th, 1985. Double-sized issue 150 from September 17th, 1985. Nice painted cover. Special double-sized issue. Look at Gargoyle in agony. I'm telling you, it's just get this series because it's a matter of time before the Defenders are a thing in the MCU, live action, or even a cartoon series on Disney Plus or on the big screen, and the value will go up. I mean, this is a nice... It's good reading, more importantly, good artwork. You won't be disappointed. You heard it here first. And here's issue 151. Pretty violent. You know, violence against women, not cool. New Defenders issue 151, originally out and about on October 15th, 1985. Here it is. Here, you know what I got to do? I got to do this. It's time. It's finally here. After all that, you know, Keebler was right. Should have done a two-parter, but I can't. But here it is. Here it is. The final issue of the Defenders, the New Defenders, the end of the New Defenders. Double-sized issue. The final issue of the real Defenders title, if you will. I know I noted earlier in the history about other significant post Defenders appearances and issues and books released after this, but this is from November 12th, 1985, with a February 1986 cover date, but the real date this was out for the first time was November 12th, 1985 at comic book shops. Cover art, that art is by Frank Sirocco, and I just like it. I like it a lot. You made it through. We made it. We did it. That's every issue ever made of the Defenders and the New Defenders and the 5 giant-sized books and the 1 annual. I don't believe it. Did it. I did it. Now Danny's stating. Danny, you're out there. Let me look at the chat because I'm going to show you some Devil Dinosaur covers. I'll just hold up a few, and then we'll start to wrap the show. Is it 4 hours, 3 hours, 3.5 hours? Not bad. Not bad. I should have hurried it along. Danny is saying, I've had that Kolchak Meets Frankenstein comic for 3 years. I just realized I've never opened it. I'm inspired. I'm going to review it Tuesday. Good, do. And have a cup of coffee while you're at it or whatever beverage is of your choice, and don't spill it. Don't have it near that book. just be in a happy place when you open it up for the first time and read it. Keebler's still here. I think you need to send that spare copy to my boy, LOL. In my opinion, that is. I know. See, I need to get more shippers. I just have shippers for my eBay sales. Man, it's not that I'm, I do because I should give some of these doubles away, but you know what? But when the MCU is going to do something with the Defenders, I'd regret it down the line. I'd be like, man, you never know what book's going to be a hot book. I'm just kidding. But really, I see it's easy to do these cards because I got all sorts of top cards, not just Grease and Batman 89. I got other cards. I got Garbage Pail Kids. I got boxes of Garbage Pail Kids. I got Desert Storm Tops cards. All sorts of weird ones. Superman the movie, doubles. It's so easy. You just put them in an envelope. I've got all sorts of forever stamps. Put a stamp on it. You can do no more than 5. After 5, it gets gummed up in the machine, and it costs more. But it's just such a cool prize. People love them. They're mint condition. These cards. That's why I do the cards. I can't. I'm not Oprah. I can't give you a car. A CAR car. I'm going to give you a comic book or a magazine and I was lucky. One guy that won a magazine, a Dynamite magazine, was local. So I met him for lunch at a Ruby Tuesday recently, Ron Goss, and gave it to him. It's not that I'm cheating. It's more of the shippers. The shippers are hard to come by, the things to ship them in. Honest. All right, comic book lovers, I guess I'm going to start to wrap. This wasn't a traditional Podblast. I'm sorry I couldn't do the character actor of the week, and I did touch on the nostalgic treat of the week a little bit, but I'm still here. Nothing to do tonight, says Danny Staten. All right, well, let me find a video. Let me see what video I have loaded up in the kitty. Something nostalgic, not related to comic books. FYI, I'm still waiting on the 2 card wins and a pin. Just saying. That's right. I don't think I mailed yours. I forgot. I owe you 2 card wins. Damn. All right. So that's fine. So I got to send you, I do have your pin. Got a bunch of these pins. So there's your Nostalgic Podblast pin, PIN pin. You can pin it over your heart and say Pledge of Allegiance to the Podblast. I'm just kidding. But no, I will send that to you. And you're right. I didn't get them out. I messed up, man. I forgot. I wasn't trying to dish you, because you're an extremely valuable member of the audience. So I need to get those out. So what do you want? Let me know right now. Grease or Batman cards? I don't remember. Or one of each. Because I owe you 10 then. 5 of each, don't I? For 2, you get 2 wins. I know the pin. I can set the pin down here. One of the pins. Per Tom Williams. Tom Williams, friend of the Podblast. He had those made up. I always give credit where credit's due. So I'm waiting in the chat. What do you want? Or just Batman. Double Batmans, he said. I'll put on the screen. Okay, so I will get you two. I don't know why I'm talking all country. 2 Batmans and a pen. I'll probably just put that in a padded envelope. That'll be the easiest thing. Forget the letter size envelope, so I can throw the pen in there and it won't get gummed up in their machine. Grease is for chicks. LOL. Yeah, I know. That's what, but not really though. Mr. Gutfeld in New York, he chose Grease, and he's a Mets fan. I had to stick that in there. I'm sorry. He's been ribbing me pretty good about the Braves getting blown out. Let me look at pictures first, photos, and then videos before I say goodnight. See if there's anything nostalgic. Oh, shoot. I'm saving that for another time. Damn. Sorry. I didn't mean you didn't see that. You didn't see that. No, you didn't see. Oh, I'm telegraphing my punch, a future Podblast. I had all this prepared for last week, but then the storm hit and everything, and I knew you had internet issues, my friend. You were one of the reasons why last week there was no show. No show. No regular show. The listeners are probably pissed. It's been like 3 weeks since I've done a real traditional Podblast. I've just done it on YouTube, and that's fine. I love YouTube. We need to get back to remembering the great deceased game show hosts of all time. And this isn't a traditional part of the deal. All right, I'll go ahead and give them Remind Magazine. Check this out. You can give this for only $12 for the entire year out the door, including shipping, including tax. This is actually more than $5. It went up. The cover price of Remind Magazine, I price shopped it. It's $5.99 now. It says right there on that cover, $5.99. Everything's going up. Their expenses are going up. I'm not blaming Remind, but this is going to go up too. So act now for the holidays or birthdays year round. Give the gift of Remind Magazine, 10 issues, 2 double-size issues, 8 regular-size issues, 10 for the whole year for $12. Go to remindmagazine.com. Please tell them the Nostalgic Podblast sent you their way. They accept all major credit cards, and that you can catch a real human being on the phone. If you want to order old school, you can call their toll-free number and order that way. And that number is 855-773-6463. That's 855-773-6463. And a kind order specialist will assist you in processing your Remind subscription. The best part is Remind touches your inner child without insulting your intelligence. It's written on an adult level, the 1950s to the 1990s only. And there's trivia quizzes to keep your mind sharp or your gift recipient's mind sharp. Dozens of brain-teasing puzzles and monthly themed features like this one you see on the screen. I love the one they did last month too on Game Show. So please consider, what can you get for $12 for a whole year? Much less. You can't get anything for $12 a month. All those streaming sites have increased their rates beyond $12. And like I always say, streaming is a shell game because the streaming gods giveth and they taketh away. That's one of my articles I'm going to talk about. Thanks, Remind. It was all over the internet this week that, Disney Plus is no longer going to stream the Indiana Jones movies. They've lost all that. That was a temporary thing. That was a loan from Paramount. Paramount Plus is going to have them. Don't worry. Unless you don't have Paramount Plus, of course, and that would be an issue. Always have physical copies of the movies and the TV shows that you love. You always should do that because it is a shell game, and the streaming gods, look what happened. The classic example I always cite is Friends and The Office. When Peacock started up, it got yanked. All those shows, the most popular shows, those 2 shows from Netflix, I talk like a redneck there, from Netflix. I can speak quote unquote normally. Went from Netflix to Peacock because they own it. Peacock is NBC, Comcast, Xfinity, Universal. There's a lot of good content on Peacock, by the way. But point being, always own what you love. Always own. And have a player that works and have a backup player. I know that's not everyone can do that, but you really, at flea markets, at Goodwill, thrift shops, you can find DVD players. You can even find VCRs. You really can. And like Al Hardy and I do. We have backups galore for traditional technology. And I just recently got a supercomputer with a disk drive. So I'm uploading a lot of VHS, a lot of DVD to my YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, and Chance Acting Demo. So if you're out there watching and you're kind of like, what is this idiot rambling on about? Hey man, I have not given up on the rare stuff, the rare cigarette commercials. I'm going to upload a whole mess of stuff to close out 2024, and wait till you see what I plan in 2025. I'll tease some of it. It's all public domain stuff, full series, Spectrum Man in English. Already started the Space Giants. There's only 52 episodes of that, and I'm doing about 2 to 3 a week, so that'll run out. Ultraman, I'm going to have the great Japanese, I have a digital conversion of the final Fugitive episodes with the original commercials from my film vault. Oh man, I'm going to blow your mind. Stuff that is not out there on any other channels, at least not now. I've recorded for decades VHS tapes. I still have. Let me tilt this thing. That's just a little bit of them. There's VHS galore in this place. See that Kodak red tape up top? WVEU TV 69 recordings of Space 1999, UFO, The Ropers. I saved everything, and I'm converting it to DVD, to digital format for you. So, and wrestling, oh man, my wrestling people, ECW, they cut me a break, man. They like blocked it in Russia, and they let me have it on my channel. I mean, just, it's not great quality. Maybe that's why. But thank you for that, y'all, at ECW and WW. I didn't want to say it, the bots will capture it. Oh, he did what now? We didn't, that slipped by us. Yank that. And I started uploading my podcasts of the Nostalgic Podblast to my YouTube channel on the podcast tab. And they're doing it so rapidly. I hope people aren't getting notifications like the Nostalgic Podblast has uploaded a pod, because I have like 200, I'm putting 203 radio shows from WTZA 50,000 watts AM that we did, and podcasts when it was Al, Tom, and I, and just me solo. And moving forward, anytime I do a real Podblast that I publish an audio of, it's going to go in the YouTube channel, the Nostalgic Podblast, my sister channel to Chance Acting Demo in the Podblast tab. And I hope y'all aren't getting notifications. That would irritate me. I don't like getting all these notifications from the same channel like all at once. I hope that's not what's going on. Let me look at the comments. Some comments are coming in. Judgment Day, Mike Harper said, really? Wait a minute. Oh, he's referring to, all right, let me see something here. Okay, that's right. Like grease is for chicks. Okay, oops. Sorry, Danny. His secretary had to take some time off. What, you? Judgment Day, Mark. Hey, Judgment Day. Says, hey to Danny. Danny says, back to Harper. Keebler says, welcome back, Mike. Judgment Day, Mike Harper said, I've been watching this live stream and social media grow show. Cool, man. Well, I hope I didn't bore you to death. I mean, it's kind of boring, I think, if you're not a comic book person. Here's issue Defenders 34 from 1976. It's like, where's the nostalgia? Well, it is nostalgia, but just for a certain sect of nostalgia fans. Harper, didn't Matt retire? I don't know. I know he had his vacation in Florida, so he wasn't live streaming for a while, but I'll ask him when he's coming back. I don't know who y'all are talking about. I'd like to know. I heard he was going to work for WWE and had to quit the stream. Okay, well, good. Then he's going to get a contract and get some money, and that's the goal, right? Heard that from an unreliable source. I hear you. All right. Okay, so they're having a conversation. Okay. Go hit the bell. Go hit the like, follow, ring the bell, super chat, and be Chance's member at Chance Acting Demo. Says Keebler, danger, no sugarcoating the truth. One of my three angels. And I want to plug real quick. Brainbender's Banner is going to have her Saturday night nostalgia panel. They're still talking about horror movies. I wasn't on last week because I had plans at the North Georgia State Fair. And I may do something tomorrow night at a historic, since 1937 movie theater here in Atlanta, Georgia, the Plaza Theater. They're having a spook show, and they have live performers on a stage. And then they show like The Son of Frankenstein. They'll play a classic horror movie. And they've done that with Godzilla, the first Godzilla movie. It's really a lot of fun. Strange, interesting, eclectic crowd shows up. So I've been invited to do that tomorrow night, and with Al and Tom. Oh, you're still here, Sarah? Damn. I think she's telling me to wrap it up. Southern California, Sarah. S-A-R-A, Sarah. So, but I would encourage you to see it. It's still going to be good, of course. I mean, no hubris, but I'm not going to be there 2 weeks in a row, but I'll be back the following week. Just had plans, and it is on Saturday night. It's tough. Yeah, I can't have every Saturday night, jacking my jaws. Can't do it. Because life goes on. Here, pleasant dreams, guys. There's Marky Post. God rest her soul. See what other images I had. Yeah, I showed you all the comic books. I'm going to have more images next time. I already talked about this. Please check out my Space Giants videos on the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. They're a real crowd pleaser with the Nostalgia crew. Let me look at the videos. I don't want to play everything because some were for my show that got canceled last week because of weather. I guess I'll play this one too.
It's Spider-Man and the Incredible Hulk from the Elastic Superhero Collection.
I can beat that.
You can tie them in a tangle, then see how they unwrangle. You can stretch the legs and arms. It won't do any harm.
Watch this.
Elastic Spider-Man and Hulk.
Spider-Man and the Incredible Hulk, each sold separately from the Elastic Superhero Collection by Mego.
That's a lot of fun, huh? In the vein of Stretch Armstrong. Look at the videos look at the video at the very beginning of the show. I did some classic commercials for Pizzazz magazine from 1978, which is a Marvel magazine. I'm going to show every cover of that down the line. There's not many. There's only like, maybe 14 covers. I love that magazine. And here's the Devil Dinosaur. I'll just show a couple for Danny because I promised it. Devil Dinosaur. Oh, hell, here's Dennis the Menace, Super Kid. The Marvel Comics Dennis the Menace. Let me find that Devil Dinosaur. Always a crowd pleaser. I'm not going to go crazy with showing all these, but issue 1, Danny, Devil Dinosaur. These are the books you like the monsters, the TV adaptations, the movie adaptations. Nice copy. Let me just find it. Jack Kirby artwork and whatnot. By the way, there was a Space Giants comic book from 1979, just a one-shot, one issue. I have it. Let me see what else is in this box. Oh, hell yeah. The D-Box, Doctor Strange. That's the first solo Doctor Strange after Strange Tales. Oh, you can see my reflection of my monitor. There's issue 169. That's a key book. The one they kind of messed up because this was in 1968. Tales to Astonish became the Incredible Hulk, right? And they started Submariner. It was Hulk and Submariner from issue 170 to 101 of Tales to Astonish, and then they started it as an Incredible Hulk title, right? So they put big premiere issue, like in a ribbon. Same thing with Silver Surfer issue 1. I did a whole Podblast on that, the big premiere issue comic books. They forgot to put it on this book because it is a premiere issue in a way, but 169, Strange Tales became Doctor Strange solo. And it was also Nick Fury. It had Doctor Strange in half the book and Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., at least in the end of Strange Tales. And so he got his own title with Jim Steranko classic art on the cover. I have all of them. And it had big premiere issue. Iron Man got his own solo book because he was in Tales of Suspense, starting with issue 39, his first appearance of that book, which was a monster book before that. And he got his own book in 1968. It said big premiere issue. I've got it. We'll show when I get to my Iron Mans. I'll show you every one. I have all of them. And but for some reason this doesn't have that big premiere issue. This didn't last long though. This Doctor Strange title. I got them all. Danny, are you bored with this? Should I stop? I saved this for, I don't want to, there's not many Doctor Strange of this book, but I want to show you how they changed. I like how they changed the logo of Doctor Strange with the next issue. Let me just show you that. They're all in nice shape. And then he got a mask. Let me show you. Do you remember this, Danny? He got a mask and he looks kind of cool. A lot of people don't like it. Look at Doctor Strange's costume in 1969. I think it's badass. What do you think? You agree? D-Box. I have no D key, but I got a D-Box. Comic book, D-Box. Now, this one tricks a lot of people. Guest starring Spider-Man. It's a reprint of Amazing Spider-Man Annual 2 with Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. And I have it, of course, mint condition, but this is a reprint. And a lot of even comic dealers don't know that. And they try to sell it like it's a first print. It's a reprint of Amazing Spider-Man Annual 2. I think it even says, to prove it to you, but this is a nice copy, even though it's a reprint. I mean, look, 1969. Just like new, dude. It's Steve Ditko art. That's the biggest tip off because Ditko quit Spider-Man after issue 38 of Amazing Spider-Man. But, I mean, look, this book is like flawless, dude. I mean, I should get it graded. It doesn't say originally presented in Amazing Spider-Man Annual 2 like I thought it did. Oh, but it does show another cover. Wait a minute. It shows a cover. I remember that now. It shows like an alternate cover. I thought it did. Oh, that's neat. Nice little house ad for, and I have all these. These are one I'm going to feature, Marvel superheroes. Whoops. Kazar on sale now. I could have sworn it had something, and I guess not, but that's a cool book. That's a new cover anyway, but it is a reprint. So don't let anyone fool you. And there's Eternity. I heard you the first time. Eternity. That's a trip, isn't it, Danny? Man, that's groovy. Doctor Strange 181. Look at that. I love that mask. They haven't done that in the movies yet. They haven't shown. I wish Sam Raimi had done something where they showed him wearing that mask. Maybe they will. I think it's just a cool little alternative costume. Like Submariner. After the Greg Louganis swim trunks. Speedo. You know, they gave him like this thing for his wings. It looked like a superhero costume. It looked more heroic. There's the final issue. Look at that demon. Beware the Undying Ones. And this was part of the origin of the Defenders. But rewind the tape. I talked all about it. And then there's the 1970s Doctor Strange, issue 1. That gave him another go. And this one took. With the public. Man, I got them all. I should say that this is another one I need to say for every issue ever made. What am I doing? But I just think these covers are cool. Man. I'll stop with the first 5. How about that? That's bad. I'd put that in an electric guitar if I'm in a rock band or something. I mean, that just looks wicked. It's badass. And I think my lucky stars that storm didn't get me. Oh my God. You know, like it was barreling down. Helene, I'm in a suburb of Atlanta, Georgia, and it took a dip the other direction. God is great. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say the GD ever again. And I try not to anyway. That's bad. But look, these are all in nice shape. You know, I only collect the best. I only want the good copies. My brother-in-law, he's a different opinion. He's like, look, a book is meant to be read and it's loved. It's loved. You know, he doesn't bother him. He's not a big comic collector, but I give him books that I can't use just to be nice, you know. Look at that. I said I'd stop at 5. I didn't lie, I just forgot. All right. Golly. Make sure yeah, because this is all Defenders. Oh yeah, and I have these too. Doc Savage. Got all of them. That's kind of based on a movie, yeah. Or a pulp. No, a pulp. Pulp. I know that. It's the Pepsi. I'm a little hyper. I'm not on drugs. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. You need, as Jim Gossett jokes, you need a Craftmatic adjustable bed to do that. But issue 3. See, what am I doing? I need to save this for I'm going to do the Silver Surfer Volume 1 and then another one like this, so it's not like an epic length 6-hour stream, and just show some of these. So I'll stop, I guess. But let me just, oh hell, I'll go ahead and, because not everyone's going to see everything. I'll just show you some of these covers because they're interesting. The Man of Bronze. Up the nose shot on this guy. I think he's public domain, Doc Savage. I need to check that out. Listen, I shouldn't put it out there because I have designs on this. I want to buy the rights to the Space Giants because everyone's under the radar. I shouldn't even put them on YouTube because for years I wanted to do a Space Giants movie, or they're public domain. You could buy the rights to that for cheap and make a mint. I mean, that's besides the point, but. These are just cool covers, man. Early 1970s, 20-cent covers. I forgot that they did this coming up here. They did a dang giant size. Another one is Warlock. There's a lot of Warlock books I have. Adam Warlock. Different incarnations. Those would be good. Oh, shit. I got 2 of these. Giant size Doc Savage. Sorry to cuss. I didn't even know I had 2. I need to check them out. I don't think these are worth much, but they're good to have. And these are in good shape, man. No split spines. Bam. I mean, what do you want? All right. I'm just a little wound up on caffeine. I need to say goodnight. If I'm going to have a clear head for the boys, Al and Tom, if we get together. I suggested bringing this movie Killer Fish starring Lee Majors, have a 16mm print R-rated mint color. It's a horror movie, kind of a takeoff on Piranha, but it was filmed in Italy, I think. Karen Black's in it. Lee Majors, James Franciscus, who was in the second Planet of the Apes movie, Beneath the Planet of the Apes, you know, the guy with the beard, the other astronaut that comes after Taylor, tries to rescue Taylor, gets caught up in the time warp. And they both die, unfortunately, when the Earth explodes because of a nuclear bomb going off. Anyway, and these jewel thieves steal all these diamonds and they hide them in a bag from the authorities. It's pretty smart. The bottom of a lake, but they don't know there's a bunch of piranha in there. So now they're trying to recover the jewels, and it's only 90 minutes long, and all sorts of crazy things happen along the way when they're trying to recover the jewels. Killer Fish is the name of the movie, and it is a ripoff of Piranha. But Lee Majors is a badass in it. And there's a funny scene. Listen, I'm not shaming anyone out there or shaming anybody, but there's a funny scene where a big overweight guy gets eaten up by the fish, but it's done in a comedic way, but all this blood goes everywhere in the water around him. Ah! and he's hamming it up. You know, it's not really, it's funny. I mean, the way it's done, it's funny. And I know Al and Tom have never seen it. They're going to love it. And I suggested bringing it to Al's house, and he makes some popcorn, and we watch that thing, and then go live after and do like a Podblast. I mean, not a Podblast, but just do a live stream. And we're going to talk about our top 5 best monsters of all time in TV and or movies. Roundtable. That's what we're going to do. Or I'm going to do it. If they don't want to do it, I'm going to do it on my show, the Podblast. And we should do that on BBB also. But I don't want to, you know, after I've done mine, because I don't want to give it away. You know, she's a different audience. So, you know, I'm going to have the same picks. I'm not going to just change them and be inconsistent like that. I mean, across the board, my favorite monsters. All right. Enough said. Let's see if I have a rant, fake rant of the week, real rant, fake rant. It's comic book related, this clip. So.
Hey. You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. Some more.
My rant is this, and it's from the heart. I hope the feds get their act together and help these people in the Carolinas and in South Georgia and people that really need help, particularly that are underwater and don't have food and don't have power. And Ezra, I'm not trying to date this stream. This is about the Defenders, it's about comic books, but just, you know, they can help all these other countries and they can't help people here. I mean, and help. It just doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, that's my rant, but that's a real rant. That's a real rant. So far, the response from the feds has been a great big. But this is life and death. It's not a joke. And how could the funds be depleted? It just doesn't make. And they're offering $750 per household. Even per individual is an insult, but for household. Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to say goodnight. I guess I played all of TJ's reviews. Oh, I did have this clip. I should save it for now. I played Arnold stealing the comic book, Amazing Spider-Man 14, Angry Girlfriend variant, in different strokes. I played that successfully. I had another interesting clip. Do you like Dennis Miller from Saturday Night Live? I did. He had a show briefly in the early 90s, the Dennis Miller Show. And this actress, Anne Marie Johnson, who was on In the Heat of the Night, was on, and she had an affair with Carol O'Connor. She's talking about it in this interview. We've gone over 4 hours. Should I play it now or should I save it for this Friday? I mean, I can play it both. Are we doing some trivia tonight? No. I think Gutfeld's long gone. I'm going to say I do have some questions, but I've gone over 4 hours, and I've gone 4 hours and 8 minutes, and he ain't there. If he were there, I'd say I'll play a little bit of this clip. This is funny. The Dennis Miller Show. It's an 8-minute clip. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm just going to play a couple minutes, and check this out.
My next guest stars in the hit TV series In the Heat of the Night. They call her Mrs. Tibbs. Please welcome Anne Marie Johnson, folks. Anne Marie Johnson. Beautiful
I'm
tonight.
excited to be here.
I actually met you before I ever knew you were an actress.
Gosh.
Just the day
I ran into your brother.
Jimmy?
Yeah. You said, remember me?
Well, we years ago used to date a comedian friend of mine.
Yeah, and I used to see Dennis on the road.
Yeah.
When he was on the road. Man, that was
literally laying on the road.
Really, dead.
I've been hit by a Winnebago.
The loveliest roadkill I've ever seen.
Hey, now, your show's been, this is so weird to me. This is how the lines of demarcation are being blurred in contemporary television. Your show gets dropped by NBC.
Yeah, we were canceled by NBC because they no longer are interested in older viewers.
Like, they say your demographics.
Yeah, exactly, and which upset my mother immensely. And then the next day, CBS picked us up because they're very intelligent.
Yeah.
So.
Wasn't it such a weird, yeah. It's such a weird biz to me that it's not even heads anymore. It's not like how many people watch.
No, it's like, do they take Geritol? If they do, let's cancel it.
Right.
You know, and Madlock went through the same experience, and so he's going over to ABC.
Is he really like Madlock, or is it Andy Griffith?
Well,
I love it the way you said it. It's like Andy's actually become Madlock. You know, I saw poor Madlock, and he told me the same thing.
He's very upset. No, it was a weird move by NBC. You know, I don't know what they're thinking, but we're glad to be working. I was unemployed for one big day. You know,
you're never unemployed. Every time I turn around, I see you on
I'm
something.
Working. Yeah,
You've had good luck in the biz, haven't you?
Yeah, well, you know, I used to think it was a lot to do with luck, but finally I'm allowing myself to believe that I'm a talented actress.
I didn't mean it's all that, but you know, there's some people out there.
Yes, you did. You meant it was just luck.
No, there are people out there who the business kicks their teeth in, you know, so it's all.
Yeah, I've been really fortunate, really lucky.
How many years on this show now?
We're about to begin our 6th season.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I've been Mrs. Tibbs for a while. And not married.
I know. I just saw the real movie last night. Did you watch it?
Yeah, isn't it great?
It's
but there was no
Mrs. There was no
Tibbs.
Mrs. Tibbs.
No, there was no. Barbara McNair did his wife in the 3rd movie that Sidney Poitier did.
The Organization or something like that?
You know.
No, what was the conceit? I missed the opening episodes. Like, how did Mr. Tibbs should have gotten out of that town and never looked back because it was a brutal little cracker town. How did they ever get him back there?
It was a brutal little cracker town.
Yeah, but...
his mother dies. And so we come down from Philadelphia for the funeral,
right.
And he's convinced that he has to come back to Sparta, Mississippi. And I, you know, come along because I'm his wife. I got to go.
But you actually shoot in Georgia, right?
Yeah, Conyers, Georgia.
I want to talk to you about 5 years in Conyers, Georgia after this commercial. We'll be right back with Anne Marie Johnson, folks, after this. We're back with Anne Marie Johnson. Look at my man with the shades. Front row.
Dude.
What's the deal, babe?
It's so bright in here.
Secret Service, man, or? Don't tell me you're blind, man. I'll be hung out to dry completely.
He's with the Braille Institute. They came to see your show.
Hey, now 5 years in where is Conyers, Georgia? That's deep south,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, very deep. Conyers, Georgia, deep. It's about 45 miles east, south, whatever, of Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
What is it? Is there a lot of bigotry there, or is it reasonably accommodating?
Oh, geez, nothing different than here. Have you been watching the trials?
Yeah.
The Rodney King trials?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the South beat this month. We got them beat. The KKK trials are not as exciting as the Rodney King.
Down there, their beatings are on beta.
Yeah.
They're a little behind. You know? Here we have the VHS format.
Here we can tape it with our, yeah, right.
And there are parts way down there in Louisiana where it's like 8-track tapes.
No, they're pretty hip. They're pretty hip in Georgia. They've got the VHS.
What do you do in Conyers, Georgia? What do you do with your free time? You spend
how
much of the year do you spend there?
Oh, 7 months, a little less than 7 months. But I come home. You know, I come home. But I've
every night?
Yeah, I try to. It's a hell of a flight when you see my frequent flyer miles. No, I come home about once a month.
And you're golfing now?
Golfing, babe. I got a better score than you do.
I'm sure you do. I'm like the world's worst golfer.
You're in the 3 digits.
Yeah, I'm a bad. You know when men are cheating in golf, by the way? I'll tell you. When they come out of the woods and they start counting on their fingers. That's when you know they're cheating. When they go, how many did you get, Bobby? And they go, okay, 1.
They know it's 13.
Yeah, they know exactly in their head, but they start to...
let's see, there was the 1 in the sand trap.
Meanwhile, you hear him in the woods, it's like a hummingbird hitting the wood. Boom, 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 boom. How do you feel in this character of yours, Mrs. Tibbs? After 5 years, you must feel pretty comfy with it, or are you just bored stiff?
I'm comfortable with it. There aren't many challenges any longer, you know. It's really a show that concentrates on the men. I don't know how many people you have here who really view the show, but really, it really is a male-dominated show.
Right.
So I'm pretty peripheral.
Are you the perfect wife?
I am the perfect person.
Yeah.
Not only the perfect wife, and I'm not acting. It's all me.
Do you ever want to just get crazy and like...
You know, I want to go like this, you know.
Well, I'm crazier than that, because that's kind of crazy.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, for you, maybe not, but it's pretty crazy for me. Yeah, but it wouldn't fit.
No.
It wouldn't fit. No.
Now, after 5 years, how's the show doing? Is it still doing great?
It's doing real well. Yeah.
Would you find an ending liberating, or do you know the time?
God, you know, you hate to. We were talking.
Right.
You hate to say, that because we're in such a terrible recession and Hollywood is really going through a bad time, and actors, you're seeing named actors doing like Cheese Whiz commercials. Not that there's anything wrong with Cheese Whiz, but you know what I'm saying? So it's a frightening time. I think a few years ago I would have said, yeah, I'd like to be off the show. Mm-hmm. But it's scary out there. There are not many roles for actresses like me, so it's difficult.
Do you think it's just brutal for women in Hollywood?
Yeah, but specifically for minority women, you know, and it's a really uphill battle. I've been very, very fortunate, but you know, there are times where I get very frightened that there's not going to be that project around the corner because there just aren't.
Well, why don't you do what everybody else does? Everybody in this town has a...
Write a screenplay?
No, a production company or something?
But what do they do? You know, they sit in Paramount and they have their Evian water and they chat. I mean, I want to be able to do something.
Well, it's just nice if there are no projects. You go over to Amblin and have some herbal iced tea and play hoops with Gary Goldberg.
Can you help me? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the kahunas for that yet.
Yeah. You're in love now, though, right?
I've been in love for 5.5 years. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Gottlieb in Palm Springs. Yeah.
Now, the show's been on 5.5 years. Are you having an affair with Carol?
Carol O'Connor! How do you think I got the role?
We broke the story here tonight.
You've heard it here.
It was cast in the heat of the night.
Yeah, literally.
Hey, Anne-Marie, it's good to see. Oh, yeah, look at that. How cute.
Yeah.
See this little watch on her finger?
Gave it to me.
Like, I'm like Bush at the supermarket when he found that they can do checkouts with lasers.
It's a watch, Dennis.
Yeah. That's pretty neat. Okay, Allison's going to sing, and I hear you're going to sing with her, they told me, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. No, teasing. This is Anne-Marie Johnson. We'll be right back with Allison Moyer after this.
I done and played the whole thing. I'm sorry. I'm a big fibber. I didn't mean to. I liked her in What's Happening Now, and I like In the Heat of the Night, and I like MeTV keeping all these shows alive. And I like Dennis Miller. I always thought he was the best anchor person on SNL. I really think he was the best. I thought his delivery was just spot on. All right. Well, I guess I can finally tear myself away. I played Arnold taking the comic book from Different Strokes. And I guess I'll see you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast. Please tune in to Brain Bender's Banter Saturday night stream. I'll be back on there the following week after a 2-week hiatus. Danny says, I like Dennis in that vampire movie. Yeah. I agree. And hey, and tune in to BK on the Air. If you listen to radio shows as I do, I think you'll enjoy it. If you're into nostalgia, you probably are. If you're here watching the Podblast or you're into comic books, he's all about that. And it's a 2-hour show, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time, Saturdays. And you can listen from anywhere with the WBHF app or through their website, WBHFradio.org, I think it is. Let me look it up because I've always said WBHF.org, and I don't think that's it. Let me see, because that's how I listen to the show. He's in Cartersville, Georgia, and he's on there with this guy Alan Sanders, which a lot of people know of who listen to WSB because he's a fill-in host for Eric Erickson. WBHF. It's WBHFradio.org. That's it. But the app is the easiest thing. Just download the app and all the past shows are there. It's a good show. BK on the Air, Bear King is a good guy. All right, so thank you for plug. Yeah, there it is, and he has a YouTube channel as well. He's vowed that he's gonna put shows up on there like he used to more frequently. He's been very, very busy. All right, so excuse me, I'm losing my voice. We went 4 hours and 19 minutes. I appreciate everybody being there. Thanks to Keebler, thanks to Danny Staten, thanks to everybody tuning, thanks to Lobo, thanks to Kay Moonen, let me know about the audio issue. Thanks to Tracy's Fractured History of War, making that super chat, my first super chat. Very, very nice. And of course the Angels and Joe Gutfeld and Jerry Dobson, Nostalgia World. Thanks to all y'all. And we'll catch you on Friday right here on the Nostalgic Podblast with a traditional show. talking about all things nostalgia, and we'll bring back some of our regular features, and we'll play trivia for sure for some prizes. We'll do trivia. All right. So have a good one, and stay safe. And, you know, I'm sorry if any of your loved ones were affected by that terrible hurricane. God bless. Good night.